Good morning. This is a public hearing of the Chatham Conservation Commission being held on Wednesday, December 16th, 2020, in accordance with the provisions of the Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act, and the Town of Chatham Wetlands Protection Bylaw, Chapter 272. It is being broadcast live on Channel 18 and recorded for the archives. My name is Janet Williams, and as Chair of the Conservation Commission, I'm opening this hearing at 9:02 a.m. Today's hearing is being conducted by a remote video conference pursuant to Governor Baker's emergency order prohibiting the gathering of large groups of people. Every effort's been made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings as provided for in the order. The agenda and documents for review today have been posted on the town website. And a reminder that persons watching on Channel 18 who would like to participate in this meeting while it's in progress may do so by calling the phone number that's displayed on the screen. To all participants, if you didn't hear what Callie and I were just talking about, we're having some feedback problems this morning. So please keep yourselves muted until it is time for you to speak. If you are on the phone, you just press *6 to mute and *6 again to unmute. Also a request for those who are on the platform to please turn off your video cameras until it is time for you to speak. Happy to have it on and see you while you're doing a presentation or asking questions, but it does interfere sometimes with the bandwidth. And all commission votes today will, as always, be by roll call. And so that we have a record of a quorum of the commission members attending today, I'll now ask each member to indicate their presence on the call by stating their name. Commissioner Rawls.
Bob Rawls.
Commissioner Kitts.
Joe Kitts, present.
Commissioner Delvecchio.
Delvecchio, present.
Commissioner Clark.
Clark, present.
Okay, we are full complement today. Quorum has been established. So with that, Callie, we don't have any continuances for today, do we?
No, we don't.
Okay, so let's go to the first item on the agenda.
Okay, the first item on the agenda is an abbreviated notice of resource area delineation, 24 Salt Pond Road, Edward and Cheryl Acton. Proposed confirmation of resource area boundaries and associated buffer zones at 24 Salt Pond Road, Assessor's Map 17J, Parcel 2. I know that Sean Riley is on the call today, as well as Mr. Acton. So they are here.
Okay, and Sean, are you screen sharing now?
Yes, I am.
Good morning. Go ahead.
Good morning, Sean Riley, Coastal Engineering. I've got Mike Ford, just has a brief introduction.
All right, good morning, Mr. Ford.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission, and Callie and Mary. Mike Ford representing Mr. and Mrs. Acton. It's not the usual course to bring an ANRAD proposal for the commission on a project that obviously ultimately will need an NOI. So I just wanted to give some context to the commission. This is a very complicated site. When the Actons put together a team, we're looking at historic regulations, zoning regulations, health regulations, floodplain regulations, conservation commission regulations, and we got together as a group, and before they started to expend resources in those various areas, it was our collective recommendation that you really need to understand what the resource areas are in the site. It's a very complicated site. And so it was our recommendation that we bring an ANRAD so that we'd be able to tell them, okay, here's our 50-foot line, here's our 100-foot line, here's the floodplain. And now we can begin to try and plan out what exactly will occur on this particular site. So we've done that. We don't have any building footprint yet, but Sean was able to put together a building envelope, which he will show you during the presentation of where the potential envelope would be in the event the resource areas are defined as Sean believes they are located on the site. The whole coastal bank analysis is a complicated one, and that's the other reason that we brought the ANRAD, because I know in being involved in these situations in the past, It's complicated. Thank God we got Sean here on our team anyway to explain that to the commission members, but Sean will walk you through that. But that's the background, Madam Chair. That's why we brought this. The Actons appreciate this kind of approach so that they'll know exactly what the regulations are as they go forward in planning the rest of the project.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will note for the record, even as the longest serving member of the commission, I can never believe I say that when I do, but nonetheless, this is the first time we've had an ANRAD, at least in my history. So this is a new experience for us, but it sounds, given what we understand about the site, to be a sensible approach.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sean Riley, Coastal Engineering, representing the applicant. Actually, the ANRAD process, I think I'm probably one of the few that have submitted ANRADs in the town of Chatham. Actually just filed one in Barnstable to walk through those resource areas. Sometimes they're a little more complicated and take more time. And as a matter of fact, I have one tonight in Falmouth that we're going through to try to nail down the resource areas. But the one in front of you now, we've got basically 4 resource areas. We've got a edge of marsh. For anybody that got out to the site, it's pretty obvious where the edge of the marsh is. There's a driveway that comes in for the abutting property along the west side. And if anybody got out there during one of the higher tides, you can see that the water comes right up to the edge of the drive. And that's where we've got this edge of marsh delineated along the drive. The driveway then turns up towards the house in this area. So the edge of the marsh actually wraps in. We've only defined it along the areas that would relate to the offset for the 50-foot buffer, but it does wrap back in along the driveway here, which then creates this isolated wetland. Actually, the water comes across the driveway into this wetland area here. So we've got the edge of the wetland defined along this side, again, as it relates to the 50-foot offset. The more complicated resource areas relate to the 2 flood zones that we have on the property. We've got a VE zone, elevation 19, that runs approximately 15 to 20 feet off of the top of the revetment and then wraps around the corner of Minister's Point. I'm just going to give you a quick overview of where we are. It's a very dynamic area. This is 24 Salt Pond here. It's right across from the new break. So a part of what you're going to see in the future when we come forward is a step towards coastal resiliency, pulling the house back further away from the coastal bank in the resource area, adjusting the revetment elevation, and also creating a much more extensive buffer zone that does not exist, but that's for a later date. So the coastal bank, and I know that staff in my office still have issues trying to understand DEP's policy 92-1 and all the different figures that relate to defining coastal banks with 92-1. I submitted a page that shows the figures of all the different types of coastal banks and landforms that you have. The one that is most representative of this site is figure 4, which is the highlighted one you see on the screen. The little triangle with the line represents the flood zone, the most landward flood zone, and where it hits the landform is part of the evaluation for the location of the top of coastal bank. So starting at that zone where that elevation 14 hits the landform, you then look at the slope of the land within that area. And if the slope of the land is less than 1 foot and 10 feet vertical to horizontal, or less than 10%, then there is no coastal bank along that flat area. So then you're working your way back towards the ocean, or towards the flooding source. You continue to look at the landform. If the landform then becomes greater than that 10%, you look at that landform, and where there's a break between 1 and 10 and 1 and 4, that is the location of your top of coastal bank. In this case, the landform is a rock revetment that holds up the landform behind it. So the top of the coastal bank is at that point where that break of that revetment comes and slides back more landward of that. And it's represented on the drawing by these transects. Now, this is the revetment, Chatham Harbor. You can see that the slope of the revetment is well above that 10%. It's actually closer to 50%, 45% in this area. And then where that breaks and becomes less than 1 and 4, that is the location of your top of coastal bank. And again, looking at starting at the landward limit of the flood zone and where that intersects the landform. We then look at the topography and the slope of the topography within that area, and have provided several transects showing that the slope of the landform in these areas are less than 10%. You've got approximately 8%, 7, 7, and then it flattens out even more to 6 and becomes more gradual as you head down to the revetment at approximately 3% within that lawn area. So the resource areas that we've got delineated and that we're seeking approval for are the location of the flagged marsh, the wetland. We've got the 2 flood zones, the VE and the AE elevation 14. We've got the top of coastal bank at the revetment, and then we've got 50-foot and 100-foot buffer off of those resource areas. In speaking with Callie out on the site, it may be helpful for you to understand the thought process moving forward in this design. The existing house is fully within the V zone, and so and the 2 sheds are within the AE zones. The approach we're going to take is to raise these 2. We've gone through historic, as Mike said, it's a complicated process. We've got a 6-month delay. If anybody is interested in taking this house, it's up for the opportunity to take it, whether it's flaked or hauled out and moved to another site. So during that process, we've got time to move ahead with our design. We're looking to move the house into an area that is completely outside of the 50-foot buffer, represented by this green area. And the green area also represents the complexity of the sideline and street line setbacks that we have. So this is the area that we'd be looking to ship that out into for our design of the house, and also possibly elevating the revetment. The revetment over on the east side is much higher. We've had great success in elevating revetments over on Shore Road and off of Quasin by the same process, by elevating and making a more coastal resilient site, creating a much bigger buffer where none exists between the ocean and the developed area. So we see this as a sustainable process, but we're here before you for just the review and approval of the resource areas. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions you may have.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to open it to questions from commissioners. This is an interesting opportunity to delve into how these resource areas are actually delineated. I have a couple questions, but I'll hold off and go to Commissioner Rawls and see if he has questions.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I have questions. I appreciate the overview of why and how you arrived at the delineation. Now, on the face of it, it seems reasonable. I'm not qualified to comment too much on how you arrived at it, but it looks reasonable to me at this point in time. So I really don't have any questions.
Okay, thank you. It's true that we are not engineers or experts in any of this, but all we can do is look at what the regulatory materials indicate is the process for identifying the the resource areas, and to the extent to which we can assure ourselves that those processes have been appropriately followed, which is what we're going to be doing here. So Bob Del Vecchio, do you have questions for Sean?
Sean, I just have a question about the existing house. How is that interfering? How is that encroaching on the buffer zone right now?
Yeah, so the existing house right now is almost entirely within the no disturb zone, as well as the two sheds are entirely within the no disturb zone to the marsh and the wetland. The house is entirely within the no disturb zone to the coastal bank. Almost
Okay.
entirely pieced out.
Okay. That's all I had. And the sheds would be raised, and they would remain on site, correct?
We don't know if we'd replace the sheds, but they would definitely come outside of the buffer. They would, any of the structures would be removed from the no disturb zone.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Joe, do you have questions?
No, I really, I like this process, frankly. It sort of gives us all an opportunity to sort of see the thinking behind the process. And I'd like to just sort of applaud the applicant and his team on going this route, because like everyone has said, it's a very complicated site. And, you know, thank you for kind of giving it some thought and coming up with sort of innovative solutions. Thanks.
Thank you. I echo that as well. It's much clearer to look at this and evaluate the site without the distraction of a proposed structure and its location and all of its accessory items that go with it. So this just allows us, this is a great opportunity. Tom, do you have questions?
Yes, I do. I noticed that you referred to land subject to coastal storm flowage, and which is no surprise, especially given that you have a revetment, which speaks volumes about the nature of what's going on at the site. My concern is that you don't appear to have complied with the requirements of Chatham Regulation 2.10. And the reason I say that is because if you look at the definitions under 2.10, land subject to coastal storm flowage is storms up to and including that caused by a 100-year storm, the surge of record or the storm of record, whichever is greatest. And I didn't see that delineated or even discussed for that matter in your paperwork. And then also, and the reason that's important is because Regulation 2.10, let's see, it's sub 3 sub B, says that no activity other than maintenance of an already existing structure which will result in the building within or upon removing, filling, or altering land subject to coastal storm flowage shall be permitted absent of variance. And so my concern is that you haven't delineated the storm or flood of record. And so I hope that if this matter proceeds further, that you will do that as part of your submission so that we can properly evaluate the site. Sure,
I can address that. So the reason why the language was added for the storm of record is in the event that you have flood zones, which we have mapped based on the flood insurance rate maps that are referred to within the regulations. We do have the 100-year storm flood zone delineated as this zone AE14, which is delineated on the plan. We've got the V zone delineated on the plan. What the storm of record allows is for those situations where the flood zones that are on the flood insurance rate maps don't effectively show a higher storm of record than those that are shown within the flood maps. So those areas, particularly in in Little Beach, in Situate, there are a bunch of areas where the storms of record have exceeded the 100-year storm levels, and where those there's evidence of those storm events exceeding the limits of the 100-year storm event. In those cases, we're required to show those zones further landward than the zones that are shown in the flood maps. And if this were the case, then we would show the extent of anything, but there isn't anything of record within the town of Chatham that shows any storm events higher than the storms of record in this area. A few years ago, we had the storms, the nor'easter that came in with the bomb cyclone, and those elevations of those storms were around between elevation 8 and 9, and this 100-year flood is 14. So we haven't seen anything exceed that in this area. But if we did,
okay,
we would definitely add that. Yep, and we will be asking for a variance when we come forward with the raising and replacement of the dwellings. We will be coming back with a variance.
My concern, okay, just to get down in the weeds a little bit. My concern with using any of the FEMA designations is that the Inspector General for Home, our cabinet agency that oversees it, was very critical of FEMA's mapping and their designation. I think they referred to the fact at the time that up to a third of all FEMA designations of flood zones were in fact wrong and inaccurate. And so that causes me great concern when there's such a reliance on them. And also that isn't what the regulations actually say. I mean, the town regulation is very clear that, and what would be helpful, I'm glad you checked into things, but what would be helpful is if you're going to rely on a particular FEMA designation, it would be helpful if you explained what resources you checked to try and ascertain what the storm or flood of record was. And then you could, mention the fact that it's, there isn't any or something of that nature, because I don't know how complete your review was. I'm sure it was excellent, but I have no way of knowing it because it's not in the paperwork that's been submitted.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. That's actually a great point. We would want to see that kind of a statement in the materials. And just a heads up, I have a feeling this question is going to be pursued several times today. So
yes, it's likely.
People should be taking note of it. I think we'll be coming back to this. I have a couple quick questions, Sean. Would it be possible for you? I see where you have indicated the differences in the angle and the slope from the top of the revetment and below the revetment at nearly 50. Could you also add a profile of those transects, just for those of us who are more visually oriented? You've done that before, and it's been very helpful in seeing exactly where that break occurs.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And the second question is, I noticed I looked at the field data sheets for the delineation of the BBW, and I saw they appropriately looked at the hydric soils and the vegetation at plot A and plot B, but I don't see those areas marked on the site plan where that was actually done. Am I not seeing it, or is it not there?
I didn't see it designated on the site plan either, but we can easily add that along with the profile.
Yep, great, thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I mean, the profile really will show you the representation. It will mimic figure 4.
That's what I'm
very
thinking.
well.
Good.
Yep.
That's exactly the kind of visual analysis I'd like to see to help me. Callie, do you have questions?
No questions here. I just wanted to thank Sean for a really clear presentation.
Yep, agreed. Very helpful, so that when this project comes back, we'll be in a much better position to begin analyzing it with all of this having been done ahead of time. So once again, well done to all of you. I guess that we are ready, except for you'll add the profile and the locations of the plots, I guess the soil bearing locations for that BVW. If there's no particular urgency, we're facing some crowded agenda dates coming up in early January. And we're trying to keep things from piling up too much there. So my suggestion would be to continue this for the hearing on January 27th.
Janet, can I propose another option?
Sure.
If Sean, and we'll have to ask Sean if this is feasible, but would it be okay to continue this item on to the work session on January 6th so that the commission could just quickly review the additions that, because it's really just a matter of signing the form.
Yep.
Is that okay with you, Sean?
That's a great suggestion.
That's a great suggestion. So all we have to do, we have a form, I assume, right, that's an approval of the resource area delineation, and we vote and approve that and sign it?
Yeah, so it would really be, I would imagine it would be a quick agenda item on the 6th for you guys and Sean and the team to come back and just review the changes you requested.
Yep, okay. And Sean, you have no problem with getting all of that done well ahead of time so that we can move forward on the 6th?
That's a great suggestion, yes.
It's a great suggestion, then it gets it off the calendar altogether. Okay.
So, Madam Chair,
yes.
Mike Ford, so there
Yes.
are 3 items that Sean needs to take care of. 2 will be shown on the plan, and the other will be the due diligence he did with respect to checking records for the highest storm and getting that in a narrative form and filing that with.
Yep, those are the
Okay.
3. Yep. All right, excellent then. So do we have a motion to continue this to the work session on January 6th?
Bob Rawls moved to continue to January 6th.
Kitts, second.
Okay, roll call vote to continue 24 Salt Pond Road to January 6th. Commissioner Walls,
Aye.
Kitts,
Aye.
Delvecchio,
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye, unanimous. We will see you on January 6th at the work session. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it again.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, the next items on the agenda are notices of intent. 255 Sea Pine Road, Kristen Bratberg, SC 103453, proposed patio, timber step replacement, landscaping, invasive plant management, and site restoration at 255 Sea Pine Road, Assessor's Map 12K, parcel HC 18.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Callie and members of the commission. David Little from Ryder and Wilcox.
Good morning, Mr. Little.
Well, David, can you hold on? Can you hold on 1 second? Sean, is it
We're
possible for
still
you
stuck on Sean's screen share.
Sean, yeah, is it possible for you to unshare your screen? I hope he hasn't left the meeting.
John?
Janet, give me one. Can I
Yeah,
have
good.
30 seconds? And I
Yes.
apologize, David Little.
It's okay, I'm gonna pull up.
Okay.
my-
You want to give me a call right back? Sure.
Okay, I heard him, so he's, there we go.
Thank you. For the record,
Thank
David
you.
Little.
Yeah, starting again. Good morning, David.
And I'm here with Katrine Higgins from Wilkinson Ecological Design and
Good
Dave
morning.
Hawk from Hawk Design.
Good morning.
We provided you with a project narrative, a site plan, a restoration plan by Wilkinson Ecological, and a land management plan by Wilkinson Ecological. The subject property is a developed site located on Crow's Pond. Resource areas on the site include a coastal bank, land subject to coastal storm flowage, Zone AE elevation 12. The top of the bank was determined by locating the break in the slope where above the flood zone where the slope became less steep than a 4-to-1 slope per DEP policy 92-1, which you were just looking at on the screen. And it's a very definitive break in the top of the bank. The project includes patio replacement, landscaping, the installation of a flagpole, replacement in kind of the timber steps that are on the path that go down the coastal bank, invasive plant management, and site restoration. A very detailed description of the work and coverage is shown on the restoration plan provided to you by Wilkinson Ecological. And the site plan that we prepared in red shows the proposed changes that we have the existing in red and the proposed in black, or vice versa, excuse me. The existing, yes, the existing is in red, and the hardscape to be, no, the hardscape to be removed is in red and the proposed is in black. Forgive me about that.
That's okay. To be honest, we struggled a little bit with that, trying to understand that distinction, but we got there eventually.
Okay, thank you. And as far as the impacts are concerned, I'm going to turn it over to Katrine and then Dave, but the proposed hardscape work that they're doing on the site results in an increase of a net increase in 560 square feet on site. And we provided you also, Hawk Design provided a sketch, a paving detail sketch, which was included. It was called SK1, that shows how the actual patios would be built. And that being said, I was more or less the messenger on this. I prepared the detailed existing conditions plan, and I'm going to turn it over to Katrine and Dave to explain in more detail about the project.
Okay, thank you, David. Before the others get started, I have a quick question on on the existing conditions, and that is the stone steppers that are shown on the plan are shown in red. So do I take it to mean that those steppers are being removed? And if so, are they being replaced by another kind of walkway, or what's?
I'm going to have to defer to Dave Hawk on that, Janet.
Okay.
Do you want to just, Dave, do you want to go instead of me right now? I think that probably makes more sense. And then I can talk about the mitigation.
Okay.
Afterwards.
Yep. Let's focus on the patio design. I think he's muted. There, okay.
Excuse me there. I guess
There you
I went
go.
nowhere, but I just
We do
thanked
that all
everybody
the time.
and said good morning. So I'll do that again. We were brought in to do the design of the patios and the restoration of the hardscape areas in there. And I'll address that first question right off the bat. We are removing those steppers around the east side of the residence there, and those, it's just a lawn path that runs through there along the heather garden that's up above the existing stone wall. So with that said, we devised the patios and terraces off the back of the patio there that would be masonry terraces. It basically is the patios before were a little haphazard and random, so we wanted to have one main space, which is the larger terrace. We've also got a grill area that's located toward the 100-foot line on the eastern side that ties into an existing stone wall that is there. We've also got a gunite spa that's located off the main terrace. And with that, we've got another terrace that steps up the grade to a fireplace, which is located in between the two existing trees, the maple and the oak. And basically the design works with the existing grades, so we're not regrading in great detail. We step up with as the grade steps up. As David had mentioned, we've got the terraces are dry set terraces. We do have a bit of wall that we are adding that ties into the spa. The spa itself is a slightly raised spa. And there's a little bit of grade change between the terrace level of the property down to the existing lawn that's beyond the 50 out to the coastal bank there. With that said, it's just basically walkways and patios, and then a grill, a fireplace, and a gunite spa. We also showed some planting beds in there. There are existing plants out there now that we will not be reusing. Well, I should say we'll be reusing some of them, the hydrangeas and some of the others. These are ornamental plantings. They are non-native, non-invasive. The potential to come back in and add some natives in there will happen, but we'd certainly in those plant beds beyond the 50, like both ornamental plantings and mixed in with natives. And with that, I think I'll either address questions from the commission or give it over to Katrine.
I'm ready to hear the whole proposal. If anybody has any particular question on what Mr. Hawk just described. Okay, Katrine, let's.
Okay, sure.
Mitigation.
So our part of the project includes approximately 10,500 square feet of vegetation management, and that is obviously focused on removing the invasives and the non-native plants and removing lawn as well, and then restoring a native plant community appropriate for the conditions on the site. And we really got into some detail in our land management plan and described what we're proposing for work and also the existing conditions. You know, if you went out there and saw that it's heavily dominated, this coastal bank is heavily dominated by an impressive array of non-native and state-listed invasive species, including shrub honeysuckle, vine honeysuckle, Asiatic bittersweet, porcelainberry, English ivy, vinca, sycamore maple, rugosa rosa, and just to name some of the key ones, but there's many out there. And so we're proposing to remove this vegetation primarily by hand. We'd be using low impact equipment from the top of the bank along the lawn area, and then winching material up the steep bank, but no heavy equipment or even compact equipment would be on the face of the bank. And we described that in the land management plan pretty extensively. And then of course we'd propose to immediately blanket the entire bank. It's quite steep, and we would be using erosion control blanketing and seeding the area immediately with a salt tolerant seed mix that's shown on our plan. And really this work is about reestablishing the native grass layer, the herbaceous layer that's not here on the majority of this bank because of the presence of all these, the shrub honeysuckle and the invasive species. And it's really about protecting the limited existing native vegetation that's currently there. There's very sparse pitch pine, oak, arrowwood, and bayberry, but it's in limited amounts. And so we would, of course, be proposing to augment that. And once the invasives are held at bay, we would be coming in and replanting. And as you can see on our land management, our restoration plan, we'd like to plant things like Carolina rose, bayberry, arrowwood, and black chokeberry. And as I believe David mentioned, we are proposing to remove lawn along the top of the bank. That is shown on our restoration plan in a different hatch. It's 750 square feet of lawn removal that would become part of the project area. So overall, this work provides tremendous benefits for the resource area, and the 10,500 square feet of restoration will serve as mitigation for the 560 square feet of proposed additional hardscape, which is quite a significant amount of mitigation for a limited amount of proposed hardscape. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Katrine. I have two questions that come off immediately. So there's a dead cedar being removed. Are there any other trees in the coastal bank that are being removed?
We are not proposing any tree removal.
Okay. And I know, as I look at it, it appears to me that the intent is, and I'm wondering if this could be specified, that what we're going to emerge with is a restored vegetated buffer strip at the top of the bank. Is that what this design is? The removal of the lawn, I see how it moves about, whatever that is, 20 feet or so from landward from the top of the bank. Is that a VBS that's being planned there?
So the lawn removal is, I think it's like a crosshatch. It just follows, yeah, right in there, exactly.
Right. Yep.
Right there and in that area. So it's kind of smoothing out the existing lawn edge currently.
Right.
Currently.
So, but Callie, show where the top of the coastal bank runs. So it's 20 feet or so into the restoration area. So that's all my question is that the landward side of that line looks like it will function as a VBS to protect that top of the bank and the coastal bank. Whether or not that's the intent was really what my question is.
Yeah, it definitely will provide an enhanced buffer. I'm not quite sure if it's 20 feet from the coastal bank.
It varies from, yeah.
It does vary, yeah.
Yeah. But
it will certainly provide that benefit of a thicker buffer for the resource area.
Okay. Okay. All right. Other questions or comments and reactions from commissioners? Commissioner Rawls?
I think I heard someone say that this will be the new patio will be all dry laid. Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. I think that's really. I don't think I really have any other questions. It's quite a bit of hardscape, but you know, as now that we understand what the red means and what the black means, it's not expanding it. So I don't have any other questions.
Okay. Joe, do you have questions? Comments?
Yes. Thank you. Katrine, could you make sure that kind of alluding to what Janet was calling the VBS kind of gets described a wee bit in your presentation? I think it would help your case a lot.
Okay. Do you mean like adding something to the land management plan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
We could add a couple, like a paragraph or.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Okay.
And wildlife habitat, blah, 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 you know.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right. Bob Delvecchio?
I have a couple of questions. There's like a drain at the top of the coastal bank between the where that work's going to take place to remove the lawn right at the top before you get to the coastal bank. Are you aware of that, Katrine?
Yes, I did see it out there.
And what is that, and how does it drain? Do you know?
I do not know if it's just a remnant from the past. I'm not sure. David, do you know?
No, but I can certainly investigate it, Bob.
Okay, yeah, we'd have to understand where that, if it's still functioning and where it drains, because if it does drain out towards the, towards the coastline, that would be a no-no, I would presume, especially if that lawn is being treated with, fertilizer and pesticides and so forth, because it looks pretty lush at the moment. Also, the maple, I think that's a Norway maple, that's going to be remaining, correct?
Correct. It's a sycamore maple, yes.
Oh, sycamore maple, okay. And that's all I had. The biggest question was that drain. I think we should find out about that. The steps will be removed and replaced in kind. And also, there's a typo actually on the Wilkinson plan on the landscape architect. It says Sagamore, Mass. It should be Sagamore, I suppose. Park Design Incorporated, Sagamore, Mass.
Oh, sorry about that. We'll fix that.
Katrine, how could you?
I know, sorry.
Jeez.
But other than that, I think it's going to be a nice project. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Tom, questions?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions and observations. Like everybody else, I suffered from trying to understand what was being done with the patio area. And when I see that kind of jumbled diagrams, I have to admit, and it just reflects because I practiced law for 46 years, and which makes me a skeptic, that when I see something that jumbled, I wonder what's being hidden in there. And I'm not saying there is anything. I'm just saying that's when I see that kind of jumble, it triggers all the wrong kind of reactions. And it sure would have been helpful if you had cleaned it up more or made it a much more expanded view so that it was easier to understand. And that's just speaking personally. I was wondering, what water that drains off the patio, where is that being directed? And how is it being directed?
I can respond to that. I believe that we do not have dry wells under the patios, so they would be, so the drainage would be directed to the middle. However, I would say that these are dry set patios, so there will be some drainage that happens through the patio.
Have you given any thought to trying to collect the drainage off of there just so we don't end up with a swale or some kind of small, some kind of riplet starting to form from the drainage?
Can you explain that? Are you saying in the landscape or in the lawn area, or?
Oh, no, I'm talking about the water coming off the patio.
Okay.
If it would be helpful, I would think it might be helpful in some way to try and capture it and direct it. But I don't know. I mean, I'm not speaking as an expert. I'm just making an observation.
Well, no, it's a very good question. And typically, we like to wet set patios, and then what we actually do is we direct the drainage inward in the patio and capture it. But then that's on a concrete slab, and I understand the commission, within the buffer zones is not, too keen on that. I'll put it that way. So I'd love to make it a wet set patio, but I think I'm not going to get a great holiday response on that. So
I would concur.
So anyway. I think the key is and it's really just the main terrace, because everything else is is more of a walkway or a smaller terrace, is that we can crown it in the middle and send it to each side. And it's basically making the high point in the middle of the terrace, so that we disperse that water around the perimeter of the terrace. We can do things like that. But as we have lawn and we have plant beds, I don't see any erosion issues that might occur. We've only got 2 feet of grade change also. So I just don't see a huge crevice opening up with any runoff here.
Yeah, you make some excellent points, and I think it would be helpful if you just had that discussed in the paperwork that was
okay.
presented. The other question I had was about land subject to coastal storm flowage. You note on WPA Form 3 in line or entry 3L that you have 2,390 square feet of land subject to coastal storm flowage, but I don't know if you heard my comments on the prior presentation, but you don't show where that area is in conformity with the requirements of Chatham Regulation 2.10, which requires, talks about, and again, I don't know if your square footage was based on using a 100-year storm from FEMA, or if per the regulations you searched out the surge or storm of record to see which is greatest, which is what the regulations require. And then they also mentioned, just to emphasize why it's important, that no activity other than the maintenance of an already existing structure, which will result in the building within or upon removing, filling, or altering the land subject to coastal storm flowage, shall be permitted except if we issue a variance. So my concern is, would you search that out and add that research into the discussion, and also show it on your plans?
If I may, on the site plan that's on the screen, it shows the AE zone. Could we bring the site plan back up, please?
Sorry, David, I will. There you go.
So
Can you zoom in a little bit, Callie, down to the? All right, we are back after a unplanned break. I believe the conversation was focusing on the delineation of the area land subject to coastal storm flowage, as it is currently listed at elevation 12 per the, that's the FEMA line. And David indicated that while he has no current evidence that a flood of record has exceeded that, it's worth taking a look per the regulations to make sure, double
Absolutely,
check,
Matt.
make sure that that
Absolutely,
line is.
Janet.
Okay,
I will follow up on that and do the research.
yep, and we'll just add a statement in the narrative to that effect. Tom, did you have other questions?
I did have one question about the rebuild of the staircase. I was trying to determine if that would fall within the exemption provision of 4.01. And there's the one cross section, so to speak, of what a step would look like, but I wasn't able to tell from that or from the other materials, which are really quite good. I must compliment you guys on that. Whether or not the staircase would be such that it falls within the exception. And so I think it would be helpful if we got greater detail on how you plan to rebuild or replace the staircase going down the bank. And then there was, let's see, one other thing. Let's see, got that. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is it a question? Is it, David, is that for you or for Dave?
I can provide, yes, Janet, I can provide that detail.
Detail on
Yes.
the stair reconstruction in place. I just wanted to follow up quickly on Tom's question about the patio and drainage. I'm on the wrong. And I guess it's for Dave. So what I'm looking at on the landscape plan around the largest of the terraces, is there a wall? There's a double black line before it ends at the planting bed. So two questions. Is that a stone wall that surrounds that terrace? And how does the grading work with the plant bed? Is that on the same grade as the terrace or is it below?
Okay, so the first question is, no, that's just a border in the patio.
Okay.
We would have delineated it and noted it if it would have been a stone wall.
Yeah.
And basically, there is a subtle slope. The plant bed originates at the terrace grade, and then it slopes down to match the lower lawn grade, which is only approximately 2 feet. So
Okay.
It's a very minor, slight slope that runs down there and is vegetated.
Right. Is that slope sufficient to? I mean, I understand it's dry laid, but even still, between the joints, the stone, there will be some runoff from the patio, nonetheless. And if it's crowned in the center, will it and should it be able to send any runoff down to that planting bed? And if so, what's proposed to be planted there?
Well, again, we spoke about using plantings that some native plants and some ornamental non-invasive plants.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously there's a view there. So, we're not going to be putting evergreen trees up there. I think it's a low shrub hugging the ground kind of mass that masses together, so that I think it's actually better than a lawn service at taking care of any drainage that would come off the patio.
Right.
And I'm sorry, what was the other question?
Well,
I mean,
question was
just
whatever goes there are plants that are tolerant of the kind of runoff that it would be receiving from the patio.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I mean, not necessarily to the level of a rain garden, but it just seems to me, rather than directing any runoff off to the sides, the better choice is to direct it toward that bed to provide irrigation for the plants there.
Yeah, and we actually have a bed off to the west side too, and
Yep.
we may direct some in that area too. We haven't done the specific detailed grading plans just yet, and it's a fairly flat site, but it's our intent to make use of that. And I should say, obviously, that the property, and get this on record, the property is irrigated, and we'd like to continue to irrigate to make sure the plantings and the lawn areas are maintained.
You anticipated my next question.
I got out in front of you, didn't I?
It is the lawn area in the no disturb zone, and whether I looked, but I didn't notice if there is an underground irrigation system in that area.
I believe there is. So
it was lush looking. It looked like it might have been. We normally frown on underground irrigation in the no disturb zone.
But in this occasion, you won't? No, I understand what you're saying.
Indeed. Let me think about that. While I'm pondering that, that was the end of my questions. Callie, you had some questions.
Sure. I actually have like 3 questions for Dave Hawk and then 2 for Katrine. It sounds, for Dave Hawk first, it sounds like there's some questions about the drainage around the hardscaping, which to me sounds like maybe some more information is needed. Is that something, Dave Hawk, that you could provide sort of some documentation either on your plan or in a narrative that speaks to the drainage around the proposed hardscape and how that differs maybe from the drainage that currently exists there for the existing hardscape?
I think what we can do is we can certainly add more detail. Again, I would say that there's a flat level lawn that runs for 50 feet in depth, and there's only 2 feet of grade change in here. We go from 32 down to maybe 30 and maybe a little bit less where the stairway connects. So yes, if you'd like that information, you can. I don't see a torrent of water headed toward the coastal bank in this situation.
I understand. I just think that having exactly what you just said and what was discussed recently at the hearing in the past couple of minutes, just having that documented for the file, I think, I don't think it's an essay of any sort, but something along those lines based on your professional opinion. Also in the past, the commission, and it's entirely up to the commission, for work in the 50 to 100 foot buffer that includes, pools and hardscapes where the buffer is essentially, pretty much covered. There's no judgment associated with that. I'm just saying that is a fact, and we're increasing the coverage in the 50 to 100. Sometimes in the past, the commission has asked for a list. It's not a whole, plant for plant, but a list of what's being planted as the foundation plants around the hardscaping. I know, Dave Hawk, we did something like this over on, I think it was Bridge Street. So is that something, I guess my question then is to the commission, is that something that you would like to see prepared?
Within the 50 to 100 and the ornamental beds and the plant beds that we were just talking about, yes, that would be helpful. Again, not located on the plan, but a listing of what is proposed.
Yeah, and it's not, it's just a list of what you would choose from, as you move forward. And it would include some natives and, like you said, some ornamentals.
Right.
I'd be happy to do that. So we can certainly put that together.
Great.
Actually,
okay.
This is Bob Rawls. Can I add on to that point? And that is that in the 50 to 100, it was a little unclear to me. It sounded like existing non-native ornamentals would be retained. There would be a mixture of natives and ornamentals in the 50-100, but it wasn't clear to me what the percentage-wise mixture would be, or whether new ornamentals be going in aside from those that are already there.
So I can respond to that. Obviously, we've got new plant beds here. And I think the ornamentals that are out there are a nice yellow mop cypress, which I know everybody loves and adores, but it's quite bright. So we would be bringing in some natives. I don't know what that percentage is now, but we can ponder that. But obviously, we'll be adding new plantings in the new plant beds. So as right now, most of the beds are surrounding the circular patios that are out there. So there will be different plantings, there will be new plantings, and we can include those in the list.
Yeah, this is something we struggle with a variety of applications where there's a desire to put non-natives in the 50 to 100, not even talking about the NDZ. And as the way it's stated now, you could basically put 1% natives in the 50, 100, and you'd be within what you applied for. So we don't. The policy that we have on whether, obviously, we would like to have as many natives, if not all natives, in the 50 to 100, and we get a lot of pushback in some cases on that.
It looks like to me, Bob, that there's a lot of plant bed area and opportunity for planting non-native ornamentals outside of the 100. Most of the foundation plantings are outside of that. So when we're talking about just that 50 to 100, it's really those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 beds, and not the foundation plantings.
And I think what we can also do is, obviously there's more planting here. So what we've done with the patios and the hardscape and the plant beds is we've reduced existing lawn that's out there. So I think yes, the natives are a great thing, and we're going to incorporate those, and we'll give you a list of the ornamental plantings, which I also think do create habitat. They're not a native, I understand that, but all this is in lieu of lawn now. Right now, the plantings basically emphasize all the spheres that are out there that are existing in the wonderful planetary patios that exist there. And it's our goal to try to change that around and organize it and create some plant beds that would both be aesthetic and obviously function for the habitat.
Okay, my last two questions were for Katrine. I'm just gonna put up the planting plan that you guys submitted here. Just give me 1 second.
Sure.
So, Katrine, you are definitely the expert on this, and this is just a question.
Yeah.
It seemed, I know that you guys are going to be seeding the area here with a native grass mix. It just seemed to me in certain areas, and this might be, maybe I missed it, that this is where the existing natives are, but the planting of the shrubs that you have shown here, it seems a little bit sparse in some areas. And I didn't know, based on your opinion, if the density of planting could be sort of beefed up a little bit on the coastal bank, or if it's not warranted, that you think that the grasses will be just fine.
Sure, good question. So, and we can certainly look at the density for the, obviously it sounds like the hearing's going to be continued, so we can look at that. The area to the, where are we here? To the east along that property line, that's probably where we have the least amount of shrubs proposed. And we talk about that in the LMP because that's the area that's most intact in terms of a native plant community. There's a nice duff layer there. So we thought that area in particular probably didn't need as much focus.
Okay.
But we certainly can look at that.
Okay, sounds good. And my last question was just kind of a procedural one. It's a little bit tight around the sides of the property for access for machines on the upland side. Is that something that you guys have considered sort of as far as the timing of the project? So that, the machine that you would use at the top of the bank here could be staged on the driveway, but would give you enough room to access the area?
Yeah, I think we would probably need to come in and do our work before anything else happened. And once the project was approved, but I think we were thinking towards the western properties, I believe, going in that way.
Okay.
Through there, yeah.
Okay, those are all my questions that I have.
Okay. Does anybody have any further questions or requests?
I did.
Okay, Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have been more specific when I was making comments. My concern about the stairs, just to give you a reference about what I was thinking of, is that I wanted to make sure that I wanted to see if it fell within the exemption that's at 4.01 sub 3 sub D sub 2, just to let you know what I was thinking of. And also, one other thing about the stairs, my fellow commissioners have educated me on that one of the key issues with stairs is erosion around it. And so I wanted to have you add information, if you would please, about the steps you will take to prevent erosion occurring around the stairs. So we've had that as a problem on a few sites where staircases are add grade steps are added, and over time we begin to see erosion around them that begins to eat away at the bank. And so I'd like to know what steps will be taken to avoid that issue. Thank you.
I can do that, Mr. Clark.
Thank you. Great.
Okay, do we want to do a brief recap then of everything on our lists to make sure we're all aligned?
Sure, I can do that.
Go ahead.
I have some more information. This is for Katrine. Some more information on the vegetated buffer strip. Asked for that to be a little bit more described.
Yes.
I think this may be for Dave Little or Dave Hawk, I'm not sure. Provide some more information or look into the drain that is near the top of the coastal bank that's existing there.
Yep.
What is it and where is it drained to?
That's Dave Little.
Okay. And then more detail on the stairs, how the stairs will be rebuilt and the steps to minimize erosion. Also for Dave Little, more detail on storms of record. And for Katrine, also looking at plant density on the coastal bank. And then Dave Hawk, I have provide a list of ornamentals, and hopefully in your list you'll provide the percentages of natives and what each plant is for ornamentals and natives. I think that would help. You've done that in the past and that was extremely well done. Dave Hawk also provides some more documentation on the drainage for the proposed patio.
And we just got now, and this is for David Little, some information on the erosion control measures that will be put into place along the steps going down the bank.
Yep, I have that on my list.
Okay. Does anybody have anything else that we've missed? Okay.
Yeah, we don't have much room on January 27th hearing, but we do have some.
Do you guys want to shoot for that, or?
Whatever is the earliest possible, please.
That is the earliest possible at the moment. So you can grab that spot because that may be the last one available.
Well, today is our lucky day.
Okay, so is there a motion then to continue this to January 27th?
Bob Rawls, move to continue to January 27th.
Kits, second.
Roll call vote to continue 255 Sea Pine Road to January 27th. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Pitts.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye, so unanimous to continue to the 27th of January. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Comprehensive.
Okay, next item on the agenda is 155 and 157 Bridge Street. Eastward Companies is the applicant, Mitchell River Nominee Trust, William R. Enlow is the trustee is the owner, SC 103452. Proposed demolition of 2 existing dwellings and 1 swimming pool, construction of 2 new dwellings and 2 new swimming pools at 155 and 157 Bridge Street, Assessors Map 15B, Parcel 1B.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Bill Riley on behalf of Eastwood Companies for the project 155, 157 Bridge Street. The property is currently improved with 2 homes and a pool and a pool fence. And the proposal is to remove the existing structures and build 2 new that are less invasive into our protected areas. Dave Clark is the engineer, so I'm going to ask him to give a presentation on our, under the bylaw and the wetland regulations. And Teresa Sprague has done a planting plan, and she's with us. And Andrew Garrelay is our landscape architect. If you have questions for him, so Dave Clark.
Yes, David Clark on behalf of Eastwood Companies. So the proposal is to demolish 2 dwellings. Portions of 1 dwelling are within the no disturb zone to the coastal bank on Mitchell River. The other dwelling is within a portion of it, and the swimming pool is within the no disturb zone to the coastal bank to Mitchell River, and the entire dwelling is within land subject to coastal storm flowage. So the proposal is to demolish everything on the site and pull everything back outside the no disturb zone to the coastal bank. So right now there is a little over 1,600 square feet of site coverage within the no disturb zone. That is all being removed. The new project will also result in a 200 square foot reduction in the 50 to 100 from the top of the coastal bank. The reconstructed project will also result in a decrease within the floodplain of about 2,200 square feet. So overall, this is an improvement, or major improvement to the property. We're pulling everything back as far as we feel we can, which opens up that no disturb zone to substantial revegetation, which Teresa's here to.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah.
David?
Oh, yeah, you lost me, I guess.
Okay, you're back.
Where did I leave off?
Teresa's here to, I assume, talk about the, after this is all moved out of the various resource areas, to what the restoration is to be. Uh-oh.
Dave, you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Oh, good.
So,
are you ready to switch over to Teresa, Dave?
Okay. Yes.
Teresa.
Thanks, David and Bill. Teresa Sprague with Blue Flax Design. So we submitted a invasive species management and restoration plan. In a nutshell, we're looking at a significant improvement on this site. About 47,000 square feet of native naturalized vegetation on the coastal bank and within the no disturb zone will be restored. This site is a majority invasive vegetation, existing conditions here. Let me just go back through my plan if you follow along. Yeah, so we've got just under a 3-acre lot on the Mitchell River, which is currently developed, as David discussed. The naturalized areas on the property, what we're calling naturalized areas, this has been a highly managed property, have been entirely overcome by invasive vegetation, including the overstory canopy, which is comprised mainly of white poplar and ailanthus, or tree of heaven, that are also not only the established canopy. Invasive canopy trees are now suckering and spreading vigorously into all areas of the property. I'm not sure when everybody had a chance to do a site visit, but you may have noticed that there are numerous seedling and sapling sized suckers growing from the extensive root systems of both the tree of heaven and the white poplar. In addition to that, we've got bittersweet, porcelain berry, Japanese barberry, border privet, honeysuckle, multiflora rose, and autumn olive all throughout the area. Most of the invasive shrub layer is located on the coastal bank and at the 50-foot no disturb zone to the bank, though they are continuing to spread rapidly throughout the property. Obviously, the property has been vacant for some time. There are some native plants on the site, which we were happy to find, including some arrowwood viburnum, some beautiful high bush blueberry, as well as some black cherry and eastern red cedar. There's one eastern red cedar on the western portion of the property. It's mature and in fairly good conditions. We believe it can be protected. We can remove the invasive vines, and that tree will survive, as well as the mature blueberry shrubs that are found in the portion of the property that are in relatively good health. So we are proposing to do a complete restoration and management plan on this property, removing all of the invasive vegetation, protecting the native vegetation that we've just discussed, looking to replant the entire property. I believe the number is 34 trees and 1,137 native shrubs and 34 native trees to be restored on this site. We would then transfer some of the area that's existing lawn to meadow. So what we're basically looking to do is revegetate almost the entire 50-foot no disturb zone. The southern portion of the property, we're just leaving a portion of that open as a mow zone just for access, circulation, and to provide some native fescue lawn area around the dwellings for recreation and use, homeowner use. We're looking at a mix of serviceberry, paper birch, eastern red cedar, white oak, and red oak for our canopy species for restoration. And then our shrub layer consisting of a mix of baccharis at the edges at the bottom of the bank where there is currently some baccharis located, as well as winterberry, holly, bayberry, beech plum, chokeberry, sumac, rose, Virginia rose, pasture rose. We are proposing some low bush blueberry, restoring more arrowwood viburnum, 106 arrowwood viburnum, 126 pasture rose, 181 fragrant sumac, 100 bayberry, 62 beech plum. So there's a significant amount of restoration, native vegetation being restored throughout this area. So there are a number of trees. The only trees that are being proposed for removal here are invasive white poplar and tree of heaven. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I think the restoration plan is pretty straightforward, and I believe this will be a significant improvement to the current conditions of the site between that and the reduction of impervious surface and pulling structure out of the 50-foot buffer.
Thank you. Thank you all for that. Teresa, let me just start with the struggle I'm having with the planting plan and the indication on the planting plan of the trees that are identified for removal. I know you said 17, and I guess I'm wondering whether this planting plan is also identifying the shrubs that will be removed. I mean, there are dozens and dozens of little red X's all across the site plan.
Yeah, I don't think we indicated that 17 trees were going to be removed. We're replanting 34, and we're replanting 1,137 native shrubs, but all of those X's are indicative of white poplar and tree of heaven. They range in size from, as you can see, if you look at the land management plan, we have some photographs on pages 5 and pages, let me see, 4. I'm sorry, yeah, page 4, page 5. So you can see that some of these, they almost look like double trunk. So those X's are all indicating the tree of heaven and the white poplar species. Some of them are sapling size, so 2-3 inch diameter. Some of them are much larger, 8-inch diameter plus, but they're all invasive that are being removed.
Okay.
And there are, I mean, without a doubt, there's a lot of X's where we're not, we're just being upfront with the commission that there are a lot of current canopy trees that are coming out, but they are all invasive.
Okay. And so the locations of these 34 that are going in are, I presume, since this is going to be cleared before it's restored, that the symbols for the trees that do not have a red X through them are the 34 that are going in.
Correct. Yes.
Fair to say?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that at the point at which this site is prepared for this project, it will essentially be cleared of everything that's there?
With the exception of the shrubs and the eastern red cedars and the healthy cherry trees that are on the site remain, and the high bush blueberry shrubs, so the healthy viburnum. There's a lot of viburnum along the bank that I think will require some flush cutting and then some regenerative pruning.
Okay.
It's in pretty good shape because it's located in the area that's currently lawn that's starting to be overtaken, but we're at a good point to restore those, to protect them. And then there are some eastern red cedars that are in really good shape, particularly that large one on the western edge of the property. And it's shown on the plan. I know it's hard to see with all the different symbols. There's a lot going on here, but that will also remain. And you can see that there are a number of trees that are to remain. If you look, for instance, on the western portion of the lot, these are some symbols from the Clark engineering plan, and I believe they're also showing up on David's site plan, that are some cherry trees and some other native trees that will remain. But there's currently virtually no understory layer, with the exception of those few arrowwood viburnum and blueberries that is not invasive. So without a doubt, the understory layer will almost be entirely removed.
Okay. And I saw a reference to non-native silverleafs that are being removed.
That's the white poplar.
That's the popular. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Yep, the popular Elvis.
Okay, so that's who that is.
Yep.
Okay. Make a note of that. All right, let me cede my questions to Commissioner Rawls for his questions.
Yes, no, thank you for the explanation of the trees, because there certainly were a lot of them flagged, and it's good to know that they are all the trees you talked about. The only significant issue there, well, first of all, actually, I'm going to ask sort of a side question. There's a chain link fence around the house that's on the point. I assume that's coming out?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So is that, if that's not stated somewhere in your materials, it would be good to put that in there, because that's, that fence shouldn't have been there in under any circumstances. The other issue is that I guess one of the pools is going to be in the floodplain. I don't know if both of them are. I think one of them is. And of course, the performance standards. It could be problematic for terms of the performance standards to have the pool there. So I'm just interested in knowing how you are addressing that, how you wish to account for the pool in the floodplain.
Quite simply, there's a net reduction of site coverage within the floodplain. So the project results in a dramatic improvement to the floodplain.
And this is Bill Riley, Mr. Bob. We've presented plans in the past that had swimming pools in the floodplain, and the Conservation Commission has approved them. One at on Dune Drive, and there's one on Old Salt Works, both of which were approved by the commission.
Yeah, that's the problem with precedents, and that's why I'm asking the question now, so that in terms of a point-by-point addressing of the performance standards for the pool and the floodplain, we can be more consistent with what we approve and what we don't approve, because that's where we want to be.
Right. Bearing in mind that in general, approvals, particularly where it's a sensitive area, such as a floodplain, are extremely fact and site specific. So I understand the point about the net reduction, but nonetheless, we will still have to go through the process of walking through the performance standards for the floodplain for this pool.
Okay.
And that's all I have.
Thank you. Joe, questions?
No, I just again like to thank the applicants for really trying to improve the site. When you go out there, you see that it's totally invaded, and this is going to be a beautiful place when it's all done and said and done. So thank you.
Okay. Bob Delvecchio?
Yeah, I walked the site. I hope I was at the right site because I saw 3 buildings on the property, not 2. And I was wondering if I was at the right site, and if that 3rd building, if I was at the right site, is going to be removed as well.
Yeah, the third building is a garage, and that is going to be removed.
Okay, so I think in the title of the notice of intent, I think it says proposed demolition of 2 existing dwellings and 1 swimming pool, construction of 2 new dwellings and 2 new swimming pools. I think we should edit that to note the removal of that garage.
No, the garage is outside your jurisdiction. That's why it wasn't mentioned.
Oh, I see. Okay, so but that will be removed as well then.
Yes.
And also, there were trees that had blue tape on them. Those are going to be the trees that will remain.
I do not believe we flagged any trees with blue tape at Blue Flax Design. David, did your office flag any blue tape?
I don't think so, but I will get an answer to that.
I will as well.
No, there were a lot of trees. This is Bob Rawls that were flagged with blue tape. I was figuring those were coming out.
Let me confirm that with Emma in my office. She may have flagged them.
Yeah, I think there was some cherries, and I think a holly had blue tape around it.
Yeah, there was a holly.
I'm going to reach out to her right now, and I'll see if I can get an answer for you before we break.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay. And other than that, I think it's a good project. You know, I think, and the lawn, will that be irrigated? The lawn. I know it's a small amount of lawn that will remain, but will that be irrigated, or will it just be left, native with fescue and so forth?
I think they prefer to. I haven't actually spoken to the opponent, but I believe they would prefer to irrigate it. It could be fescue, but I think they prefer to irrigate it.
Yeah.
We don't see, in a project of this nature, we don't see the homeowner going out and, holding a hose and watering the lawn. That's all.
Yeah, I think it's a net benefit. The whole project as a whole. So I would agree that it's a good project, and it's a good benefit to the environment. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Tom, questions?
A couple of minor ones. First off, I want to compliment David for the plans and the discussion. I thought they were really excellent. I just had a couple of comments. On when you were discussing the town of Chatham wetland bylaws on coastal banks, you I think misinterpreted the word reconstruction. You asserted that because in essence what was being done was a reconstruction of the homes, and this gets back to the discussion, and I'm glad Bill's here too. But this is probably not the time or place to get into it again. But if you just look at an ordinary dictionary, I went through and grabbed a couple of them. The word reconstruct means to construct again. So the idea that the word reconstruct covers a completely new building, I think is incorrect. And I don't think you should leave that assertion in there because I think it is flawed. The other thing that I noticed is that you mentioned that there's land subject to coastal storm flowage and land containing shellfish, but I didn't see them marked out in any way on any of the plans. And as to land subject to coastal storm flowage, you probably heard the prior discussions, but so I apologize for repeating myself. But if you look at, yeah, if you look at Reg 2.10, land subject to coastal storm flowage includes not only a 100-year storm, but also the surge of record or the storm of record, whichever is greatest. And so I would hope that you would correct that error and search out what are the surge and storm of record if they are greater than the 100-year flood zone. And again, I'm very skeptical in light of the Homeland Security's Inspector General's report on FEMA's shortcomings. It's made me very skeptical about their maps because they noticed an error. In the report, they noted an error rate that was, I thought, I just about dropped my jaw when I saw the number of errors that were found in their mapping programs. And in any case, Reg 2.10 sub 3 sub B notes that no activity other than the maintenance of an already existing structure, which is not an issue here, which results in building within or upon removing, filling, or altering land subject to coastal storm flowage shall be permitted absent a variance. And so without that information, which hopefully you will be forthcoming with, or at least an explanation of the databases or activities that you undertook to try and identify the storm or flood of record, that information will be made part of your, not only the site plans, but also part of your narrative.
Yeah, I can tell you now that we're not going to turn up.
Dave, just a minute. That's Bill Riley. Now this, I listened to the earlier meeting as well, so I'm not surprised that, of course, that Tom brought it up, since he's very consistent on his concerns. But I asked Dave Clark when that language was added to the regulations, and he said it was about 15 years ago. And, you know, it's always great to have somebody new show up and actually read the regs again. But the reality is that, you know, we've never dealt with it because all it is additional work and cost for the homeowner. And the reality, you know, and we all know, you know, what the storms were that set the records. It was the 44 hurricane, set it in, you know, at 9 feet. The no-name storm set it somewhere between 9 and 10 feet. That's it. That's all we got for storms of record. And you know, the fact that we haven't done it for the last, I've never been in a hearing where we're required to provide that. And I've been doing this for over 30 years. So I think it's important to understand how unimportant that particular piece of information is. I mean, I think Tom's point is, well, if the storm of record is higher than the floodplain, then you have to go to that elevation. Is that right, Tom?
You go to the elevation that is the highest. That's correct.
Okay, so if we find out it's lowest, can we go to the lowest? No, we have to stay with FEMA. You know, and
correct.
the fact that FEMA was wrong, you know, a third of the time, that doesn't mean they were always low. I mean, it could be that they were high. So, I mean, you know, dealing with reports from the Inspector General. I mean, I'm sure he was doing the very best he could, as the scientists at FEMA do the very best they can. But I just think, the keying in on this as if it's something significant, is a waste of the money for the client and the Conservation Commission's time.
Well, what's involved, Bill? Let me ask it that way.
Well, I could tell you, if any project I'm ever involved in, we're going to say 9 feet if it's over on, Stage Harbor side. And I will check with Terry Eldridge, who went out and marked the high water mark for the no-name storm. My understanding is that was 9 feet as well. So we'll just say 9 feet from now on.
Well, if that's the best information that's available and you put that in the application and you make that attestation, that's fine.
That's all we're asking.
Yep.
Make the research, put it on the plan if it's different, and if it's not, if it's less, or there is no information, then you put that in your narrative.
Well,
but
when you say do the research,
just because, Bill, I mean, you and I have a very different view of the law, and my attitude is really straightforward and simple. If a regulation is on the books until it's changed, it is what it is, and you have to follow it. And the fact that people in the past chose to ignore it for whatever reason is not reason, absent an order out of the Superior Court making an equity argument why you should be granted an injunction, doesn't mean that you get to ignore it now. And I can't justify what people have done in the past, and I don't intend to, because I think they were wrong. So that's just the way it is from my perspective, and I know you disagree. But for now, the rules are that you have to follow 2.10. And if you don't want to follow it, then the consequences will flow.
All we're asking is that to the extent to which the information on what the surge of record or storm of record is and is readily available, to add that to the narrative so that we understand that the line that is being delineated is, according to the best information available, the highest line, the flood zone.
Yeah, the FEMA line is always higher than the storm of record. So
okay.
That's why it's a waste of time.
There have been some significant storms of record, although not in this location, as you know, Bill. Some of them have been in the 30 and 40 foot range.
Right. We've had enough conversation about this. I'll just end it by saying this location happens to be really particularly vulnerable. I would have expected that there may have been a surge at this location in excess of the FEMA line at some point in the not too distant past. If that hasn't happened, I think it's pretty foreseeable at some point that it will happen. But nonetheless, let me ask this question. Dom, are you done? We just want to follow up on this flood.
No, that's the only point I wanted to make, other than complimenting David on the plans and the narrative, which I thought was extensive and thorough.
Yep, I agree. David, am I looking at the plan correctly that it appears that, is there a regrading that's going to happen at 155 that will move the pool out of the floodplain? I'm looking at the elevation of 12 the new elevation, it looks like it wraps around the pool. Is that?
Yeah, so it dives into the pool wall. So there's a short, no more than 2 feet high pool wall all the way around the pool. So the 12-foot contour is extended away from the house and then dives into the wall on both the north and the south side of that wall.
So does that remove the pool then from the floodplain if it's elevated level?
Well, it does. Well, the pool itself, the patio is above the floodplain.
Okay.
The floodplain will touch the wall on basically the west and north side of the wall.
And what's the material of that patio?
Andrew's here. I presume it's going to be a dry laid, but
it's Chatham blue granite dry laid, or actually it would be wet laid around the pool. And there's drainage shown on the landscape plan capturing the water before the edge of
the landscape plan. That's I was looking exactly for that. The full site overview landscape plan?
No, that one's, it's hard to see the detail in it because it's 1 inch equals 20. If we can have the
individual.
Yes. Yep. If we can zoom in around the pool. Okay. So there's if you look at the row of chaise lounges, you'll see that there's it looks like a ladder going through them. That's a drain that's underneath the chaise lounges. It's capturing the water before the edge of the patio.
Okay.
And you can see 1% slope is noted right below your hand there. Yeah. And then if you look past the fire pit, you'll see the same thing going through the couch that's shown over in that direction. That's also capturing the drainage water. And and you can see that dry well over there. And if we go to the other side of the pool, you can see it where it says bench on the pool. You can see it, the same thing near there. And then right near where your hand is there at that table with the umbrella over it, there's a strip. And then further where there's the outdoor cooking area, there's more of it there. So we're capturing all that water. You can see the big drainage dry well in that area as well.
So say again for me, this bluestone patio is going to be dry or wet laid?
Around the swimming pools, you always do them wet laid because the edges of the stone with the mortar joint, you can kind of catch the edge of you can skin your foot on it sometimes. So it's always ideal to be able to do it wet laid.
All the way around, including under the whole patio, essentially.
Yes. Yep. And it's all the water's being captured.
And what about and is that the same for the pool at 157?
Yes.
Okay.
You'll see, yeah. So on 157, it's being caught in that little U-shaped wall at the deep end of the pool. And then slightly differently being captured on the edge where you see the curved part of the patio. You see the curved part? That is a trench drain, so that's a little bit different. The other one's a channel drain with an actual grate. This is an open gravel strip with a 4-inch perforated pipe sitting within it that picks up the water and puts it into the dry well. And the same thing occurs on the opposite side of the swimming pool. If you look, you'll see there's a double line and it says proposed 4-inch trench drain to dry well. Yeah, right there. Yep. Yep.
Okay. And there's the dry well. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Are these pools, particularly the 155 pool, is there thought being given to how it's going to be disinfected?
Yeah, these days they're almost always being done as a saltwater pool.
Yep.
It makes more sense every way around, including environmentally.
Yep. Okay. Callie, let's go to you. Questions?
Sorry, I was muted.
Yeah, you were muted.
I had a drainage question, and thank you, Andrew, for answering that. I have a question for Teresa, and I think a question for David. I'll go with Teresa first if she's still on the line.
Yeah, I'm here.
I want to try to pull up your plan, and I'm bouncing a little bit between two PDFs, but is it possible, and I'm not asking you to go out and resurvey or do anything. I'm just wondering if it's possible in CAD and if the commission agrees with me. I had a hard time with your plan, I think just because of the density of plantings.
Okay.
Being able to see what was coming out and what was being left and what was being planted. Is there a way to either zoom in on certain areas?
Yep.
And kind of almost like people do with cross sections, or is there a way in CAD to turn off certain layers so that there's a little bit more clarity, especially with the invasive trees that are coming out, just so that it's easier to see?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things we struggle with is when we're submitting plans to conservation is rather than having multiple plan sets, pages in a plan set, we're trying to include everything in one, 18 by 24 or 24 by 36. So the commissioners aren't flipping through hundreds of pages, but yes, we can absolutely do that. So it sounds like maybe what you'd like to see is just a layer showing all of the plants removed, but where you just see the tree removal.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful, because this whole, like Janet and you had said earlier, pretty much everything is going. And so I think it just would be nice to really see that on the plan. And it's definitely shown here. It's just hard to see.
I understood. And also just to answer, I believe it was Commissioner Del Vecchio's question. I did speak with Emma while somebody else was presenting, and we did flag an American holly. I believe it's in the northeast corner of the property to remain. So I'm going to double check that, and I will have a solid answer for you. But I believe the trees with the blue flagging are the trees to remain.
Okay.
Ones that we could reach, because just flagging everything that was to come out as far as because we were only removing the invasive vegetation, it seemed like it would be more clear to the commission if we were to flag what was to remain. So I do just want to go out in the field myself though and confirm that.
Okay, so that's something, Teresa, you could do as far as just a little bit more clarity on what's coming out, what's staying, what's being planted.
Yep. Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, basically, like I said, the shrubs, individual shrubs that are to remain are not located. We've just included in the plan that we would regeneratively prune or protect any native shrubs. So I think going out and particularly with the tangle of mess that's there, trying to locate the shrubs, the trees are obviously a little more clear and a little easier. So I think we can do a couple for you and change maybe the opacity of some of the shrub plantings so you can see that a little more clearly.
Okay. And my other question is for David. I'm just going to pull up here the revised plan set that you had submitted. I'm having, and again, this is kind of the same issue. I'm having a little bit of trouble. It looks like as far as grade changes, and I think Janet had mentioned that in her previous comment. I just wanted to, it looks like there's some fill going in maybe around the pool because of the retaining wall. It looks like there's, obviously some proposed grades here. Is it possible, David, to just briefly walk through the grade changes at 157 and 155? I'm happy to put up the plan in whatever magnification you want.
That's good right where it is. Starting on the south side of the house, you'll see the 12-foot contour, existing 12-foot contour intersecting a little landing. next to the bulkhead. From there, to the west or to the left of that, we are filling right up against the foundation to the maximum that's allowed under the zoning bylaw. So what the zoning bylaw says is that you can have up to 2 feet of fill adjacent to the foundation and extending no more than 10 feet out from the foundation. So we're proposing that 12-foot contour just to get some cover on the foundation, because the foundation would be, I think, there'd be about 3 feet of exposed foundation in that location. Same with the north side. So we're taking that 12-foot contour and wrapping it around the west side of the house as opposed to leaving it on the east side of the house. So it's a very minimal filling. We had that discussion. That's why there's a revision to the plan. Jay Briggs reviewed it and said that we were exceeding the maximum amount of foundation fill allowed by the bylaw. And so we've kept it to a minimum. So at the end of the day, I think it's like 1.5 feet of fill. Again, no more than 10 feet from the foundation.
And then what about over here?
So over there, it's a little more substantial. None of that is within the floodplain. It's all pretty much within the footprint of the existing house. Trying to get the house up a little higher to get some views of the river. So there is right up against the house, there's probably 2 to 4 feet of fill. So yeah, about a maximum of about 4 feet of fill. And that is extended out towards to the north to create a level area where you see the proposed patio. Again, that's all within the footprint of the existing house. Then from there, we taper it off to the 50-foot line. And a little bit of fill, again, within the footprint of the existing building, and landscape areas go beyond the no disturb zone line.
Okay. That is it for me.
Okay. Have you yet? Go ahead.
I just had one more question. Maybe I missed it, but this is for Teresa. Is there going to be anything within the NDZ that's not native?
No.
And that includes lawn.
Well, there is a strip of lawn, like I said, on the southern side. Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to pull up so I can see my plan a little bit more. Some things. My computer's now giving me a hard time. Oh, here we go. Okay. Forgive me. Okay, here we go. So we do have that strip of lawn to the south of the new house, and there is a strip of lawn being proposed within the 50-foot NDZ between the meadow grasses and the 50-foot line, and that would be a fescue mix. But there is no non-native vegetation that we are proposing to go into the 50-foot no disturb zone at all.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Have you, what about filing with ZBA? Have you filed yet for this?
Madam Chair, Bill Riley, we're going to be filing tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, so let's go through what we've got for our list for this and then assign it a date to reconvene. I have on my list, I'll just start off arbitrarily, add to the plan and the narrative a note that the existing chain link fence will be removed. A confirmation on the meaning of the blue flags that are on various trees throughout the property. Add a statement that the floodplain line of elevation 12 is higher than all available information and indicates the storm of record and the surge of record have been adding or separating the layers of the planting plan so that there's a separate layer so we can easily see the trees that are being removed, those that are remaining, and the trees that are being planted, the vegetation that's being planted. That's all I have.
Yeah, that's all I have.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Well, no, Mr. Clark wanted us to change reconstruct to replace.
Okay. Got that. Okay. So you've also, if you've been listening this morning, you've heard that we are sort of full through January. We're now going to have to schedule this for February the 10th.
Well, Madam Chair, I mean, it doesn't sound like we have any significant work to do relative to the Conservation Commission.
Mm-hmm.
And if you continue it to February 10th, that means we won't get an order of conditions until the March work session. Just wondering if it's possible, given the short list that we just reviewed, if I promise not to talk next time, could we do it in the second meeting in January?
So we could make the February, so we would be able to schedule it for the February work session.
Right.
Okay, well, if we keep it brief and everything comes in by January 20th and everybody has a chance to review it, we can squeeze it in on the 27th and get it ready for that work session then. And that's the absolute last one that's going to the 27th.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Time. All right, then do we have a motion to continue this to January 27th?
Bob Rawls moved to continue to January 27th.
Is there a second?
Clark, second.
Thank you. Joe apparently is muted. Roll call vote to continue 155 and 157 Bridge Street to January 27th. Rawls.
Aye.
Kitts. He's muted. Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye. Let me just double check on the status of Joe. Huh. He is showing up as muted. Joe? Here he is.
Aye.
There you go. I knew it. I vote aye as well. All right, that's unanimous to go to January 27th. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members.
Next item on the agenda is 543 Old Harbor Road. Michael Earls, SE 103456, proposed raising of a portion of the dwelling, raise rest of the dwelling, construction of additions, decks, pools, replacement of septic pump chamber, installation of landscaping, and mitigation at 543 Old Harbor Road, Assessor's Map 16H, Parcel 3. Janet, I do know that there's someone here that there are maybe several people that would like the opportunity to speak. So this is just a reminder of that fact.
Okay, don't let me forget. We will give them an opportunity.
All right, good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes.
So Thad Eldridge. I have been scrambling around, fixing my internet and pulling together floodplain data.
Yeah.
So Thad Eldridge with East Southeast. I believe that Kate Earls is on the line. I saw Susan is on the line, landscape architect. Bill Riley's on the line. So we have an existing site that we're familiar with. It's been before the commission before. We have a floodplain. I have pulled two pieces of record information. Since they established a tide gauge at the fish pier, the highest observed water level, which was in 2014, was about elevation 7. And then Bill Riley had mentioned the no-name storm of record, and I'm happy to provide this document. So in 1991, after what was considered a 100-year storm event, we did go and located a number of the rack lines and Riders Cove Boatyard. It was an oily scum line. At the fish pier, it was the line drawn on a walk in the freezer unit, and so on and so forth. These elevations are an NGVD. The difference is a little more than a foot to an AVD. So at Chatham Fish Pier, which was the highest observed, we have 983. That would translate to about 8.5 or 8.7, which is well below the floodplain levels. Part of the reason we've never reported on storms of record with these applications, we haven't had one that has exceeded the FEMA estimates. I've also skimmed through the Homeland Security modernization memo from earlier this month, and it would appear, and I need to read it in better detail, maybe Mr. Clark can correct me if I'm misguided, it's the map modernization of old data that has had the biggest flaws. In our history around here, it was 2009 that they were proposing to modernize our maps. That was basically using the 1998 maps and porting them into a digital format. In 2011, the area was flown with LiDAR, and in 2013, after the Biggert Waters Act of 2011, we had a new set of flood maps that were far greater than the 1998 maps. And to the best of everybody's knowledge, we have not had a storm event that has reached the 100-year storm levels. If we did, we would all know about it. It would be in the papers, it would be in the front page of the Chronicle, everybody would be saving a copy of it. So for our purposes, we're using the FEMA line because it is greater than any storm of record. And I'm more than happy to provide the no-name storm memo, and I'll convert it first so it's all in NAVD, usable for the modern filings.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
So to get into the project, we have a partially historic building. They've gone to Historic Commission twice. They've gone to the Zoning Board of Appeals once, and they're ready to move forward. They've gutted the building and discovered that part of the building was not as historic as expected. And the proposal is to elevate that structure. In and of itself is a form of mitigation. They're reconstructing in somewhat of the same footprint, but they are pulling further south, compacting the building a bit, but they still want to maintain that architectural style of the sprawling cape. We have a difference at the north end of a good 10 feet. There is a proposed pool that will be going in that is within land subject to coastal storm flowage, and I'm prepared to talk about the performance standards if necessary. We're proposing an under drain under that pool to ensure that the standard of allowing the ground to continue to absorb is met. With it, we are proposing a new pump chamber that is further from the wetland. It's actually more than 100 feet from the wetland in the coastal bank. That will be going to the same leaching area, and it will be slightly, well, it'll be substantially better than the current, as it will it'll be pumping effluent rather than pumping raw sewage. We have a landscape plan that meets all of our 1-to-1 mitigation and 2-to-1 mitigation requirements. And with that, we should be in good shape. If there are questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you very much. I wonder that if you could walk us through the coverage calculations, because there are, let me pull it up here, there are two separate charts, coverage tables in the application. One, it appears maybe your office did, and the other maybe the landscaper did, but they have very different numbers.
Yes,
So,
the landscape architect completed her efforts before we had her plan to complete our efforts. So
mhm.
we updated our numbers based on her plan, and she used our earlier numbers to complete her plan. As hers is a hand-drawn work of art, it's more difficult for her to revise after the fact. So just to
Okay.
walk through, within the resource area, there's no change. We have 15,000 square feet of naturalized area that will remain. Within the NDZ, we're increasing by close to 3,000 square feet of natural area, and we're removing 300 square feet of building. There's an increase in the pervious hardscape, and there's a decrease in the hardscape. In the outer aura, we have a removal of lawn, a minor increase in the naturalized area, but we're shifting everything, pushing it closer towards that outer aura from the NDZ. We have the increase in the hardscape, the pervious hardscape, and a little bit of an increase in the building here, where there was a decrease in the building in the no disturb zone. And then the land subject to coastal storm flowage. Overall, we're removing about 5,000 square feet of lawn, increasing by 2,300 square feet of naturalized area. The pervious hardscape does increase, the hardscape does increase. We put the pool under hardscape, and even though we're putting the under drain under it, so it's effectively pervious, but we still left it under that hardscape category.
Okay. Okay.
Looking at the Conservation Commission's table, we're pretty much even in the NDZ, and in the 50 to 100, we're increasing. The total required mitigation is 1790, and as mentioned, we have 2,300 square feet of, I'm sorry, 3,000 square feet of increased naturalized area.
Okay. So then the table, the coverage table that is included not on the landscape plan, but as a document in the filing should be disregarded. I would share it.
Yeah.
I don't have screen sharing.
I took it away from you, didn't I? I can turn that off, I think. Alrighty, you have the comms again.
All right, let me see if I can. No, it's not coming up as an option for sharing.
Janet, I can try. Are you talking about the one in the NOI?
Yep, with the handwritten, just.
Okay, just give me a second.
Yep, go ahead. That's, I just want to understand. One of these I think needs to be discarded because they're not consistent and we won't be able to use both of them. Yep, there we go. Okay, so Thad. This was what was causing me a problem.
Sure.
So these numbers don't align with what you just went through.
But when you look at the mitigation required, we're pretty close.
Yeah, I think maybe you guys are just sort of talking over each other. I think, Janet, you're trying to say, make sure the numbers are consistent in the application. Is that right?
Well, at some point we have to make findings about what the impact of this project is. And we normally try to do that with some degree of precision based on the application that has been submitted and what the coverage calculations are showing us. So I just didn't know which one we would be looking at.
Yeah, I think I do agree with you. When an application that has two separate or maybe even three separate, in this case, calculations, and two of them don't align, it creates problems going forward when someone goes for a certificate of compliance or anything like that to verify. So
Exactly.
is that something, Thad, that you could ensure is consistent, that this table matches the tables that are on your site plan as well as the site plan provided by the landscape architect? I understand that it's hand-drawn, but surely there's some way for her to put a table, tape a table on top of that.
Or just delete that table if that's, if the one that you just walked us through is the actual one that was the last done and has the correct figures, then we could just delete this one and take and remove it.
That would be acceptable.
Okay. Okay, that works. Then I only have one to worry about. And so in yours, so you counted the pool in the impervious, correct? Is that what you were saying?
Yes.
So that is 850 square feet?
It's a little shy of that. We do have some impervious areas. You'd have the apron to the garage.
Mm-hmm. And the deck is wood, so what is underneath that?
Crushed stone.
Okay, so that is pervious then.
That will be pervious.
Okay, so that's that one. All right. I'm going to make my notes here and turn it over at this point to other commissioners. Bob, do you have questions?
Yes, sir. My questions have to do with the planning plan, the mitigation plan. It's hard since I'm an online only guy. I'm not getting paper copies of anything. It's hard for me to see. I guess now what I understand is a hand-drawn plan. The scanned copy that I have is pretty fuzzy.
It's hard. It's hard.
And
it's hard to read those the species too.
Right. So I guess my basic question is, can we get a better scanned, higher resolution scanned image of this plan? I don't know whether that would improve it or not, but if that would, then that would be good.
Yeah, I agree. It is very hard to read. It is very blurry.
And I remember when this came before us before, when the pool was to the side of the house, that and correct me if I'm wrong, that a key element of the planning plan was that there was a mow strip between the mitigation area and the resource area. And the idea that was presented then was that would help all those invasives from encroaching into the mitigation area. And I think, I remember at the time, we all liked that idea, and I don't see that idea carried forward here, and don't know whether that was by design or not. So I'd love to hear a reaction to that.
And that is the intention. We'll make sure that that's better defined on here. But it never makes sense to plant mitigation right up against a sea of non-natives.
Okay, so you see revising this to indicate that visually and also perhaps in narrative form.
Yep.
All right. Did I see somewhere in the planning plan, and as I said, I can't read it that great, but there's something about is there in-ground irrigation that's there that they want to keep it? Or am I not seeing that right?
This
in the notes section.
Properties I've ever walked on.
I believe that there is in-ground irrigation on the site, and we're ready to take it out of the no disturb, but not out of the remainder of the site.
All right. So is the proposal to take it out of the NDZ?
Well, we were going to let you require it.
Only if we ask.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can always try.
Right. It's worth a shot. Yeah. Obviously, our traditional policy is to not have in-ground irrigation in the NDZ. And, we all know that. So I do think that should come out. And I gather from the planning plan that well, I can't tell what the situation will be for lawn, whether it's turf or not, in the NDZ or in the 50 to 100, et cetera. So just would appreciate some clarity on that.
And the former chair of the commission worked very hard to come up with a conservation mix that they sell at Agway. So I always push for that.
So where will that, okay, I guess I'll ask the question, will there be non-fescue in the NDZ and will there be non-fescue in the 50 to 100?
The proposal would be to put the conservation mix throughout the property.
Okay. Okay, good. All right. I think that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Joe, questions?
Yeah, Thad, can you explain to me what the under drain is all about for the pool?
Sure. So one of the criteria that we have in the performance standards is you can't reduce the ability of the land to absorb and contain floodwaters. So that was one of the concerns that came about. A pool is obviously a large impervious surface. It's meant to hold water. So how do we undo that? I spoke with Chris Dietrich over at Shoreline Pools, and he has no issue with putting in crushed stone beneath the pool, perforated pipe, will come up to trenches all around the pool with a perforated pipe there, a little bit of filter fabric to make sure things stay open. When the floodwaters come in, before they saturate the ground, they'll be able to get into the ground and underneath the pool. Rainwater, same thing. It will be able to drain underneath the pool. So we're effectively making this as pervious as possible while putting a big impervious structure on the site.
And this is like a long time ago that I visited after a storm, and basically the whole property had, 3 inches of water stand. Do you think that's going to take care of some of that as well?
So some of it will. The topography from the pool, it heads downhill towards the wetland. But from the uphill side, it will certainly take care of quite a bit of that. It's the downhill side is where they're still going to get some puddling after storm events.
Thank you.
Sure. And I'm just looking up right now the soils in that area. I mean, we do have a lobe of the Freetown and Swansea mucks associated with that wetland. It's not at all atypical. That would be less draining than the Carver course, the sands that we're used to. Right. And there's also some Merrimack sandy loam that comes into that. So we're really looking at an area that has some poor drainage,
yes,
especially near that wetland, which is part of the reason for the culvert.
Can you, following up on that, can you explain what the information that you've managed to uncover about that drain pipe in the culvert that we didn't hear last time?
We have been led to the end of it. There's actually a whole system of pipes that probably goes out to the harbor. It goes to the wetland across the street, so we have a better location of it than we did before. Vitrified clay, which we don't build with it anymore, and it's all at its end of life. Any vitrified clay that's left out there. There is a section that's broken, and there is a proposal while we're doing this work to replace that section with some plastic pipe that will last quite a bit of time.
Which section is that? The whole length or just under the, which part?
We'd be looking at the whole length on the property.
Okay.
this goes right underneath Old Harbor Road, so we don't really want to dig up the road for the pipe, especially if it's down there. In the future, we may be back to replace more of it, but we know that it's broken on the property, and that repairing that is the first objective.
Okay. Sorry, Joe, I interrupted. I had to just throw that in there. What, do you have any other questions?
No, that's good for me. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Bob Delvecchio?
Yeah, that pipe that we were just talking about, so you're gonna replace with PVC on the property? That,
PVC or an HDPE.
okay, and that linden has to be removed because of that? Linden tree?
That was put in there as it's a possibility. It was hard to figure out exactly where the pipe is. The goal is to keep the linden tree if we can, but there's a chance that it will be in the way.
It's a nice tree. I'd make it a priority to keep it if you can. Also along the road, within the 50, I know there's work has been done along the road to get rid of some vegetation within the no disturb zone. What's going to happen to that area?
Open the.
And then
That is a very good question. Is Susan on the line? Can she comment on that?
yeah, I'm having difficulty. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you fine.
Finally, thank you. There was plant material removed along the foundation of the building and the existing patio area because they were doing some investigation to try and figure out how to design these foundations when the building is raised. So there was some plant material that was relocated and replanted over in the holding area. And so that's probably what you're referring to. I think that's the only thing that was moved. And the other reason is that most of that plant material was done in the last approval with the patio area, the mitigation planting, and it's all plant material that will be reused, native, inkberry, plethora, sweetberry, magnolia. So we wanted to try and preserve that before. First of all, it got too cold to dig it up anyway, and then they just needed to do some investigation, looking at water tables and really what the existing conditions were for those foundations.
Yeah, this is right along the road, right along our Old Harbor Road, within the 50. And there's also some privet there, privet hedge along the road.
Correct, that will be removed. Basically, any of the invasives in the house proper area will be removed. That there's a euonymus, there is the privet hedge along the roadway, and there are a few other things, all of which are flagged over on the site. And we didn't flag the linden because we aren't quite sure if that will affect the replacement of that overflow pipe.
Okay, also behind the pool, where the pool is proposed to go, there's some lilac. Are you going to remove that or replace it or transplant it or?
The lilac will, I think, just be removed. There are 2 apple trees back in that area, one of which at some point started growing sideways. So there's 2 apple trees back there and the lilac. And then there are boxwood up along the existing house foundation or the deck area back there. And then there's also an arborvitae. And then I believe the yew tree that is up near the existing house will be removed because it's in the area of the pool area.
Yeah, and I echo Bob's comment about the lawn within the 50 to the, I guess it's the, what is it, the north end of the property?
Correct.
That could be non-irrigated. So I'd want to see the irrigation pulled out of there.
Okay, sounds good. And it will be that Cape Cod seed mix.
Yeah. Okay, that's all I had at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Tom?
Yeah. First off, Tad, send me a copy of that memo that you mentioned.
Sure.
I noticed that on your site plan across the street, the BFE is set at 14 feet. What am I missing?
That's a velocity zone across the street.
Yes, I know. But you've on your diagram, you say the BFE for that area, I'm assuming that's what that means, is 14 feet.
We have a 13 on site and we have a 14 across the street.
Okay, well, the reason I asked that is I thought you were advocating that nothing in much of Chatham had to worry about anything over 9.
No. No,
Did I misunderstand what you were saying?
The highest storm of record that we've observed, the no-name storm, October 31st, 1991, we saw elevations, the highest elevation was 8.5 feet at that time. So with requirement 210, what is the storm of record? Well, it's lower than the FEMA flood line. Will it ever flood to this level? FEMA says so quite possibly.
Well, there's also the guidance that the state has issued to conservation commissions, which says that we're to consider various scenarios and future conditions that are beyond the scope of the firms, such as sea level rise, shoreline change, and hurricane inundation. So again, what am I missing, at least in your interpretation of things, that when I see a BFE of 14, why is that not something that we should build into our considerations, since the state guidance to conservation commissions is that we should consider extreme events in our analysis.
The 100-year storm event is an extreme event.
But it's not necessarily the most extreme.
Of course not. The 500-year storm would be that much higher, the 1,000-year storm, the 10,000-year storm.
Or an individual hurricane.
The 100-year storm event would be caused by an individual hurricane.
Okay, so again, when you were talking about 9 feet, I'm just trying to understand this because I don't hold myself out as an expert. So you know, when I hear you talking about 9 feet and so on, and then I see a BFE of 14, the first thing that kicks in to me is that the state has told commissions that we're to consider extreme events. Or, you know, and so why are we not to consider possible flood elevations that are greater than the ones that you were citing?
Madam Chair, Bill Riley, representing
Yes,
Earl.
Mr. Riley, yes.
I think that the principal concern here is fantasizing about a Hurricane Sandy occurring on Cape Cod. And I think the reason, the historical record is a result of, you know, where we are in terms of out in the ocean. We're further north than severe hurricanes. We haven't had a Category 4, I think, or even a Category 2 since the 1938 hurricane. which didn't even hit us. It went up, as you know, the Connecticut River. So the, you know, I agree. It's always wise to plan for what might go wrong, but our zoning bylaw, by the way, says we can't add, you know, more freeboard than 1 foot above the BFE. So, you know, I think you have to keep in mind that, you know, it's not just one set of regulations that we have to deal with. We're also governed by the zoning bylaw. And then just finally, I mean, if FEMA says there's a possible, you know, wave action on the other side of the street that could possibly go to 14, you know, I think we have to trust the fact that there's some reason why they didn't say it was going to come across Old Harbor Road. I mean, you know, Old Harbor Road is I don't know, a couple of 100 yards from the shoreline, and you know, and it's level, which is true, but you know, to say all of a sudden, well, you know, you have to presume it's going to be at elevation 14 when there's no science, no history, and no logic. I mean, it's just difficult to understand where you're coming from, Tom.
I'm coming from implementing the state's guidance.
Yeah, so we're doing the best we can.
Oh, I'm sure you are.
Yep.
And if I may, so
Yes.
the floodplain across the street and onto the subject property, it's all elevation 14. The proposed dwelling is being elevated, so the first floor is at elevation 15.1. That's meeting the design flood elevation as mandated by the state building code. As Mr. Riley stated, we can't go higher because the zoning bylaw does not allow us to go higher.
And what's the elevation of the pool going to be?
11.4.
So we don't have to worry. The pool will be completely covered with water in Tom's scenario. So.
Well, I understand where Tom is coming from. I'm actually more focused on the likelihood of the flood coming from the other direction and inundating the property.
From which direction?
From the BVW, the still water flooding.
So a rain event rather than a coastal storm.
Yep.
There's not enough area.
Given how poorly this property drains, that is my concern.
But in a 100-year, 24-hour storm event, we can expect 7 inches of rainfall over that 24-hour period. There's not a large enough basin here to cause a significant flood. When you look at some of our other areas, a lot of the ponds, there's an unnumbered A zone associated with it because you're going to see during that extreme rain event, the pond is going to rise a little bit. It's not going to rise by enough to cause damage to properties, except for the ones right on the pond. In this case, there's not enough area of contribution to cause a substantial storm event. It's not even mapped as a flood zone.
Can I interject just
Yes,
for a
Tom,
second?
you were speaking. You had the floor when all this started.
Oh, well, I never have the floor when the chair has something of interest. No, the point I wanted to make is the 2017 coastal, what I call guidance, says very clearly that, and I'm concerned that we're beginning to mix apples and oranges. The guidance says that what we do is to focus on preservation of the resource areas, or in the case of Chatham, it's the interests protected by this chapter, to use the phrase that is in the bylaw, and that we are to not rely on the building code because the building code is entirely separate. So when I raise these issues about floods and stuff, I'm, at least speaking personally, I'm trying to follow that guidance, which is that I don't care what the building code says because that's not of concern to me. What I care about is preservation of the resource areas. And so when I talk about elevations and stuff, it's in that context of protecting the resource areas. And, you know, because the building code is the building code, and that's what dictates what is done in terms of a structure. But that's not our charge. Our charge is resource area preservation.
So you'll have to explain, Tom, because you've lost me completely at this point.
Yeah.
So you have a velocity zone across the street that goes to elevation 14.
Yep.
The first floor of this house is at elevation 15.
Yeah.
So, and it's, you know, Thad mentioned the building code, but it's the zoning bylaw that governs.
Right. I understand. I knew what he was talking about.
Yeah.
And so, how does that combination represent a threat to the resource areas?
No, it would, well, only to the extent that your flooding might be tearing things apart and contributing products that could cause damage as they're moved around and crash into other things by wave action, for example. But the point I'm trying to make, Bill, is that when I talk about flooding and that kind of stuff, my focus is on what effect does that flooding have on the resource areas that are found in the area, in the project area that we're discussing. And whether it washes away the house or not, I don't care, except that that might contribute to damage that might arise from the storm if, you know, if it falls apart and basically gets slapped around into other things. But that's not my focus, because the state tells me in its guidance that I'm not to concern myself with the building code, that I'm to concern myself solely with the resource areas. So that's how it fits together in my mind.
Okay. We need to move on at this point. I think that we do.
Yeah.
This is a complex topic, as we continue to say, that we're not going to resolve today. I continue to have concerns about the location of this pool, given what Tom was just talking about, and its proximity to the BVW behind it, and what would happen in the event of an overflow. That I understand the underdrain. I think that's a big improvement over what we've seen. But given what I'm understanding about the absorption capability of the soil in this area, I continue to have concerns about a flood in that back that gets pool chemicals and other pollutants into the BVW.
Well, Madam Chair, I believe that we could resolve those particular concerns if it's a saltwater pool. So.
Well, is the BVW a freshwater?
I know, but if it's a flood, you know, I mean, you see, Tom talks about waves washing everything away, and you're talking about fresh water coming down.
Well, that's because this property
is mathematically impossible for that to happen.
This property is subject, no, not at the same time, obviously, but the property is subject to two different kinds of flood events that we're focusing on.
Right, but according to Thad, and we'll, I guess we'll have to do some math. Thad says, given the existing drain pipe that drains that wetland, and the area of contribution, that he believes, I don't want to say impossible, but nothing's really impossible, I suppose, but it's extremely unlikely that small area is going to create a flood that's going to wash over. It would have to go up by 7 feet we're talking about rainwater, 7 feet to flood over the top of the pool. Right? I mean, it just, you know, again, I just don't see it as even remotely a practical concern. You know, I agree with you, obviously, that we have poor drainage soil types there, and and we should, you know, be careful about the possibility of that wetland overflowing its usual containment. But the fact that you're concerned that it would reach the elevation of 11 and flood the pool or have the pool chemicals flow out. I mean, I just, you know, I guess we'll have to do some research so we can present evidence to you that that in the, you know, that it's just so.
Bill, I think you're stealing a phrase from a joke that environmental lawyers like myself used to make when we dealt with contaminated sites, which is the solution to pollution is dilution. So I think that's what you're pointing out, that if there were chemicals or whatever, they would be so diluted by the flood that they would be insignificant and irrelevant. Do I understand you correctly?
Actually, I'm not saying that.
Much of this, let me interrupt you. Much of this can be resolved through the development of some drainage calculations for this area. That's one thing. The other question I have is why is the pool even located so close to the BVW? Why is it not behind the 100-foot line? It can be easily sited outside of the 100-foot line to the coastal bank, as well as outside of the 100-foot line to the wetland.
Well, I'll investigate that with the property owner.
Okay, that would resolve a lot of these problems. It would be out of our jurisdiction altogether.
Well, it would still be
floodplain, but at least it would be further back from the resource areas. Okay, Callie, what do you?
And we had proposed that before, and the zoning board of appeals was not keen on that location.
Well, I know. Yeah, we'll deal with that. So.
Okay.
I echo Janet's suggestion of drainage calculations. The commission asked for these sorts of calculations at the last project, which was later withdrawn. I think, you know, speculation of what water will be where and when. Just also to echo Mr. Riley about doing some math. Drainage calculations provide that opportunity. I also echo Janet's suggestion of potentially siting the pool outside of the 100. It would partially be it would definitely be in the floodplain, but I think some language, a little bit better language on the alternatives analysis may also be beneficial for the different locations for siting the pool. And then finally, I'll just say that I do know that there are some people on the call today that would like the chance to speak.
Okay. Do we have something to read first, Callie, or do we?
No, we actually, I believe there is a gentleman named Niels on the phone. Niels, if you're here, you have to press *6 to unmute yourself if you're on the phone, or press the little microphone if you want to speak.
Yep, it's unmuted. Yes, there you are.
I actually think my mother would like to speak first, and then
okay.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Rosamond Volley, and I'm in a butter. I live directly behind. I'm at 529 Old Harbor Road, directly behind 543. We've owned our property since 1975, and we cherish this place. We cherish its privacy and its natural environment and wildlife, although there's been a lot of change because of development and new houses and loss of open space and habitat in recent years. So in recent years, 543 has been rented extensively by non-resident real estate interests, and we are pleased that it will become a single-family owner-occupied summer home. We are also pleased that the new and restored architecture seems mostly in scale and materials compatible with the general streetscape and historic aspects of the neighborhood. I do have some concerns, and they're pretty much pool related. You mentioned that the previous owner had also proposed a swimming pool, and I think that it was ultimately withdrawn. But there was strong opposition from zoning, at least, around issues of safety and the issue of absentee ownership with a big swimming pool. A pool, again, is to be a key part of the property, a very large pool with a surrounding deck and jacuzzi above with a small deck. The total deck square footage is nearly half of the proposed house footprint. And I am very confused about the height of the pool. I've heard you talk about 11 feet in terms of how high it sits off the existing grade. I don't know whether it's raised 5 feet or what. I know it's to be raised, but I am confused about how high. As you know, the area hosts a natural wetlands with the ocean directly across the street, and the site is in a floodplain. And, you know, I have to say some of the discussion that I've heard so far, not from the Conservation Commission, but it's as if there isn't an issue around the changing climate and what's happening in our coastal areas with rising sea. I feel as if this whole area is very vulnerable to rising sea. So the plan calls for elevating all buildings above the floodplain and adding significant lot coverage in the form of a large elevated swimming pool and deck. The pool and deck structures will have an impact on people who live nearby, noise, lighting, activity, but also an impact on the natural environment and the critters who traverse and inhabit that environment and whose presence we value. I recognize that pools are becoming more prevalent in Chatham these days because of the shark factor, but pools have their own issues and must be reckoned with. They are permanent structures that impact the surrounding land and what it holds, and those who live in the built neighborhood as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Volley. Mr. Volley?
Yes, hello. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. My name is Niels Volley. I'm also an abutter to the property at 543. And our property is 529 Old Harbor Road to the west of 543. Facing 543 from Old Harbor, we're directly behind the property. And you know, I'm also very happy to have new neighbors at 543, and we're happy that it's going to be owner occupied and not a rental unit. And the whole older historical building of the property is going to be kept. And I definitely have some questions though about this plan. And I noticed that the building mostly on the existing footprint and the decks and swimming pool mostly on new lot coverage are located in the floodplain and in the buffer zone of the bordering vegetated wetland on the property. And I just like the lot coverage question. It sounds like you all were a little confused by that too. I mean, from what I gather, over 2,100 square foot are within the wetland no disturb zone. All the buildings and structures are within the 100-foot buffer zone. The whole building footprint is just over 3,900 square feet, and the additional new pool, deck, and stairs are 2,600 square feet. So the proportion of new deck and pool and stairs, that is to say, seems high, or is significant anyway. So I guess we talked a lot about the ocean so far. Maybe we'll just, this is a little bit of a shift of, I guess, to talking about the wetlands and protecting resources. And Ms. Harper, I don't know if you have my document that I sent in.
I do, yeah. I will put it up on the screen.
Okay.
Just give me 1 second.
Sure. I just want to give a little wider context. Yep, that's great. Just a wider context for anyone who is not familiar with this area. So on this first slide, this is the area around this area of Chatham, and these are the wetlands in this area. You can see there's a lot of, but not a lot. There's a significant dune wetlands. There are not very many inland wetlands in this area. There are very few inland wetlands in this area. If you look at the next slide or next page down, that circled area is the area that we're talking about. And the next slide or the next page, that zoomed in view shows the wetlands in green and then the flood zones in orange. And the wetland on 543 is not isolated, but it's part of a chain that starts on the west edge of our property, which is 529. Up there is a shrub swamp that connects by a water course, runs east to a shrub swamp, a marsh, a wetland marsh on the far west side of the property that runs to a shrub swamp on our property, and then connects to the wetland just north of 543, and also the little wetland pond on 543. And then, and as has been talked about, there's the pond, the little pond on 543 that has a headland that had the pipe that goes under the road to a wetland on the other side of the street. And these wetlands are classified as bordering vegetated wetlands, and they're surrounded by hills and slopes on all sides. So all these properties around here drain into this wetland. According to the Mass Department of Environmental Protection wetland regulations, bordering vegetated wetlands are significant to public or private water supply, to groundwater supply, to flood control, to storm damage prevention, to prevention of all pollution, and to the protection of fisheries and wildlife habitat. And they further say that bordering vegetated wetlands are probably the Commonwealth's most important inland habitat for wildlife. So these particular wetlands on our properties provide habitat for a lot of wildlife. A partial list of the animals that I have seen here are box turtles, snapping turtles, wood frogs, spring peepers, bullfrogs, deer, foxes, raccoons, coyotes, turkeys, great horned owls, hawks, hummingbirds, woodpeckers, monarch butterflies, and many other types of birds and insects, not to mention all the plants and the microbes that are the foundation of this wetland. So that is to say, and if we look at the next slide, the last one, the proposed changes to the landscape in the variance request are all, for all practical purposes, permanent. That is, they will outlast both the owners and abutters, and given the average time of home ownership, they're going to outlast the owners and abutters, and they'll be part of this land and neighborhood for decades to come, or who knows, until flooding washes them all away. So please keep this in mind as you consider whether this application meets the performance standards for vegetated wetlands, floodplains, and coastal banks. It seems like there's a lot of questions about this proposal. Specifically, I'll just name two that I have. In performance, one of the performance standards is the plan does seem to reduce the ability of the resource to serve as a wildlife habitat and a migration corridor. I just look at that large, the pool mass in the middle, and I think in the proposal it says that there's a fence on the top of it so that my animals will be able to get through. I'm unclear how animals are going to get through the large platform that it's the deck platform and the pool platform below it. That's I think there's not an elevation, but I believe that's 5 feet, and the whole structure is 8.5 feet tall. I'm also unclear about in a storm event. Where do again, I'm not sure how deep this pool is, but let's say if it's 5 feet deep, it's 20 by 40, that's 30,000 gallons of water. During a storm event, where does that water going to go? Is that water going to impair the ability of the yard to absorb flood waters? I guess it's also a question, is that salt water or is that bleach water? That is to say chlorine water, which is the same thing as the same chemical as bleach, which kills microbes very efficiently. All that said, and understanding this plan may change, and that we don't know all the details, including the elevation of the pool and the deck structure, if the commissioners decide, if they decide that a planning pool, that a plan with a swimming pool is a match for this property, and with vegetated wetlands and floodplain, which I guess we're going to find out about that, then we do think that the current location of the pool is the best alternative given all the impacts, including people who live nearby, noise, lighting, and activity. But because of the impact on wildlife and the other concerns described, we would suggest some solution, either decreasing the volume of the deck and the pool, or putting additional screening plants on the southwest corner of the pool. But we understand it's a balance and there's mitigation. So yeah. And there's obviously there's a lot more questions, but we wanted, as abutters, we wanted to let folks know where we stood and our concerns. And yeah, there's a lot more things to obviously to be fleshed out in this. One other thing I want to add about the storm of record, which was just as a perspective, because we were here for the March 2018 storm, which people have talked about. When that storm hit, which was primarily a high tide storm surge event, not so much a rain event, it brought water to the other side, Old Harbor Road. Water started to flow down the road, down Calyard Lane, and the town came and put sand at the end of Old Harbor Lane to block that. There was still some water that came down, not the whole way, but they came with sand, and then water did pool in the lower area across the street. Our wetland on our property flooded several feet, lapping up against structures on our property during that event, for whatever context that may, because again, the wetland on our property flows directly into their property next door. I didn't see what was happening at 543, but I imagine it was the same thing. I believe that's it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Volley. Appreciate that. Appreciate all the issues that you have pointed out. I'm in agreement about a number of them. I will say, though, that this is a complicated application. We're not getting through all of it today. As you can tell, we've already begun making a list of some things that are going to be changed. We have not really delved into the performance standards yet, and I think we were going to hold that until this hearing is continued, to see what changes are made to the proposal before we initiate that particular analysis. So all of the performance standards for both the BVW and the floodplain will all be examined in more detail at the next hearing. So stay tuned.
And we'll have an opportunity to comment about that.
Of course. Yep. It'll be a public hearing just like this one. So
Very
yes.
good. Thank you so
Madam
much.
Chair, Bill Riley.
Yes, Mr. Riley.
In the barrage of objections from Mr. Volley, it's difficult to make out. They seem to approve the building, but they don't like the pool. I just want to see if that's an accurate reflection of their concerns.
Hearing no objection, I would venture to say that's an accurate reflection of almost everybody's concern at this point.
Yes, that would be an accurate description of our concerns.
I have not heard many, if any, concerns expressed about the structure itself, which is largely being put into the existing footprint to some significant degree. So I haven't heard anything about that. It is indeed the pool and the decking around it and the elevation. Is there any other people who have arrived who want to make a brief comment or ask a question? If so, please unmute yourself and state your name. Okay, I haven't heard anybody. So are there any further questions or comments before we go through our list and wrap this up for today?
Janet, I just had something for the list.
Yep.
I talked about the privet. I think we should have that stated on the plan, the landscape plan, that will
Yep.
be removed by the road.
Yep.
And also, there's a slope with, along the road in the NDZ that should be planted with natives. And I didn't make that comment before, but I think that's an issue that should be resolved.
Plant natives in where?
Along the road, along the slope of
Where
the
the
road.
privet currently is?
No, it's further.
There's
For the
some
south.
interesting, daylily, I think probably is what you're talking about. Is there daylily along the road there?
Yes, there's
Yes.
grass
Yeah.
and daylilies or tiger lilies.
Yeah, we can propose some maybe in that area too.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have that on the list, so let me run through what I have and others can chime in. One is to remove the inconsistent coverage table so there is only one and it is accurate. Second, provide a higher resolution image of the landscape plan that's easier to read. Third, add a mow strip to the plan around the mitigation area and indicate in the narrative that it will act as a protection against invasives moving in. Fourth, add a note that all irrigation will be removed from the no disturb zone. Fifth, add additional clarity detail on the planting mix that will be the conservation mix that we all know, fescue only. All invasive plants along the resource area will be removed. 7, the pool will be a saltwater disinfection system. 8, you'll consider moving the pool out of the buffer zone altogether and see if that's a feasible alternative. 9 is provide the drainage calculations for the pool in the decking wherever you end up locating it. The next one is one that I haven't mentioned, but I think it would be helpful given we went through this before the last time, and given the concern that Mrs. Wally expressed, is it possible, Thad, to put a profile of the pool and the decking to see its relative height and its relationship to the ground level?
We can do a greater profile. I give it a section just to give an idea.
Okay, perfect. That's what. And as Bob just said, removing all, making sure that make a note on the plan that all the privet will be removed and natives will be planted along the road. What have I missed here?
I think it's important once we get more clarity on the planting plan, because it's blurry, if it can be made clear what's coming out and what's going in. I think, and that part of this confusion may be the fact that I can't see the plan, but I thought that there was a fair amount that was discussed at the hearing, and I wasn't able to see it on the planting plan.
I can provide an existing conditions plan also. Maybe that'll help.
Okay.
Well, it's existing conditions and proposed conditions that shows what's going to remain and what's going to be removed.
Exactly. No
Okay.
problem.
Anything else? Okay. Well, given the scope of all of this and what we've just been saying all morning, I would suggest we continue this to February 10th.
Bob Rawls moved to continue to February 10th.
Thank you.
Joe Kitts, second.
May I ask a question before we continue?
Yes, Dad?
If we were to pull the pool off of this plan, is there any chance that we could be continued to the work session? If the concern is the pool.
Yeah, I'm contemplating that.
But there was a lot more revisions that you guys required.
There are revisions, though, that
I think we need to discuss it a little bit
between
more.
now and then. We could do it for the February work session.
But we don't have any availability in January.
Well, if the pool is gone, if they remove the pool, the items that are remaining are relatively easy.
We could then put the pool out to a separate application and then take more time with that then.
Mm-hmm.
I think that makes a lot of sense. The reason that's important, Madam Chair, for the applicant is that we already have zoning board of appeals approval. So we obviously we need your order to be able to begin construction, and they'd like to begin construction as soon as possible. So if we were able to get all the information into Cali by I don't know, the 13th or so of January. That would give everybody plenty of time to study it, and then if we continued it to the February work session, I think that would be acceptable.
Are you saying that you would? Do you think we need another hearing date to review? I'm looking at these. Most of these changes will be onto the landscape plan and the planting plan.
Well, if you think we can get to, well,
all of them
I know we can get whatever you need to you very shortly.
Mm-hmm.
So if we can make the January work session, then we would confirm in writing later today that the pool is going to be removed. We'll get Susan to revise the planting plan to reflect that, and then provide you with greater detail regarding the planting plan as requested. I don't know that we, looking down the issues, we agree the privet has to be removed, and we will show that on the plan. The slope of the road would be planted. So I think, as I look down the list, that's really about it. So yeah, we could get that information to you. What day is it today?
Today's the 16th.
So if we got that information to you by the 23rd, a week from today, that would give you the members 2 weeks. And I'm gonna put together a special delivery to Bob Rawls so that he doesn't have to worry about looking at it on a screen.
I do too, Mr. Riley. We are both paperless these days, and we're learning to live with that.
Yeah, I don't accept paper.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, you can throw it away when you're done.
Yeah. We have it's a stretch, but it's possible. I mean, what I'm hesitating for a number of reasons. One of which is it's not a sure thing that when these changes come in that people won't feel a need to ask questions about it and have another hearing about it. But I suppose if that happens, we would take it to the work session and then continue it from there to the February if there is a need for further clarification.
Right, I agree with that.
I think we just did this last week, so we could schedule it for January with the understanding that there may be open issues that are not resolved by that date and making it impossible to write an order of conditions by then.
The order of conditions would be drafted for January 6th.
Yep.
We appreciate the
We
consideration.
can shoot for that and see how it goes, and if not, it'll have to wait until February. But for the moment, let's see if we can do it. Is there a motion then to continue this to the January 6th work session?
Bob Rawls, I re-move that we continue to January 6th.
And I re-second.
Okay. Roll call vote to continue 543 Old Harbor Road without a swimming pool as revised to the work session on January 1st, January 6th. I'm looking at the wrong. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Kitts.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. We'll see if this works. Thank you. Thank
Thank
you,
you very much.
the abutters, Mrs. Volley and her son who showed up. Thank you very much for your input. We'll see what happens with this.
Thank you.
All right, we are dreadfully behind schedule. Looking at my note, we're supposed to be at 10:45 right now. So let's pick up the pace here, folks, and move on to the next one.
Uh, 26 Harding Beach Road, Randy and Bobby, Joe Pippin aren't, there's no SE10 number assigned. Proposed management of 1,220 square feet of invasive species in the adjacent upland resource area to the salt marsh. Installation of 115 linear feet of chain link dog fence at 26 Harding Beach Road, Assessor's Map 9C, Parcel 1C.
Good morning or good afternoon, everybody. Teresa Sprague with Blue Flex Design here on behalf of Randy and Bobby Joe. Kelly, when you just stated we hadn't received the DEP number, I just realized I hadn't received it either, so that's still open for a DEP number, correct?
Yeah, I looked, I've been checking like every day and yeah, these next set of hearings other than 2032 Sea Pine, there has been no DEP number assigned.
Okay, all right. Well, knowing that and knowing that we're going to need to continue, I'm just going to go very quickly through my presentation. You are all familiar with this. We previously brought this before you as a request for determination of applicability for the chain link dog fence, and we received a positive determination. So we filed a notice of intent to represent the project to you under an NOI filing. The addition that we've added to that is some minor invasive species management, 1,200 square feet of invasive vegetation, which we've highlighted on our plan, where there's mainly a healthy native plant community here. However, it is starting to become overwhelmed by invasive vegetation within the buffer zone, and that invasive vegetation continues all the way down that southern property line to the house. So we will be continuing to manage the invasive vegetation outside of jurisdictional areas as well. However, we're only showing for the purposes of the permit the areas within conservation jurisdiction. We've included a land management plan, the existing conditions here, as has been noted previously. We have a salt marsh. This property is located adjacent to Bucks Creek's marshes. We have a salt marsh abutting the property to the west. The western side of the property falls within the 100-foot buffer to the salt marsh. Existing single-family dwelling outside of the buffer zone. There is an AE flood zone located at elevation 11, which is just east of the 100-foot buffer zone to the salt marsh. The entire 100-foot buffer is really naturally vegetated with primarily native species. There is some invasive vegetation present, including some multiflora rose, some bittersweet, some shrub honeysuckle, vine honeysuckle, and porcelain berry, as well as some greenbrier and poison ivy. But there's a really healthy maritime shrubland plant community with canopy trees, including pitch pine, eastern red cedar, oak, black cherry, northern bayberry, baccharis, etc. The large bayberry, which I believe you probably all saw when we had originally filed the RDA, that's located within the 50 to 100-foot buffer zone, has since that time split during a storm. So we would be proposing to do some regenerative pruning on that. Otherwise, we've included the area's calculation table. Again, we're looking at 115 linear feet of chain link fence that we're proposing within the 100-foot buffer. It would be elevated at least 6 inches off the ground in order to allow wildlife habitat movement underneath the fence. The purpose of the fence, as we've proposed previously, is to contain the family dog. Dogs. As the homeowners presented previously, they do have a pooper scooping service that comes. And actually, the last time I was there on November 3rd, the service was there. They do a very thorough job. I know that was a concern of one of the commissioners. There is, again, a very well vegetated buffer between the area of the chain link fence and the salt marsh. So certainly the very small amount of dog material that may be left behind in between the twice weekly cleaning, any of that would be filtered by the healthy vegetated buffer, which the health will be improved with the invasive species management. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much, Teresa. I know that we rejected this as an RDA last time and gave the choice of coming back with an NOI or moving the fence out of jurisdiction. I had to say it was a heavy heart that I saw that they came forward with the NOI. I know that it's been presented as positively as it can, but I think it's true, as noted in your report, that this particular buffer zone to the salt marsh is not in need of any extensive restoration. It's pretty healthy. It's good. And to the extent to which any is being done, it's going to be mimicking the existing meadow area. So I have two questions. One, having now made the acquaintance of the two dogs, and okay, now I get why the 6 inches is adequate beneath the fence, because there's no way those guys are getting under that. But I'm also now, given those dogs, really concerned about what the impact on a native meadow area is of having dogs of that size running around. And I guess that gets me back to my original point, which was hammered home by spending some time looking at the Google map satellite images of this property in relationship to the salt marsh and the adjoining properties, that running that chain link fence just at the 100-foot setback line looks to me like it provides more than adequate room, even for dogs of that size, without running the risk of a meadow being trampled by them, or any particular hindrance to wildlife. And I guess my bottom line is, just because I'm doing this quickly because we're really short today, I still don't see the need for this project, given the conditions that are currently available to these owners to accomplish their goal without this kind of an intrusion into a buffer zone. And then,
well, I guess let me first say that at some point these property owners are going to be proposing a swimming pool outside of conservation jurisdiction, outside of the flood zone, outside of the 100-foot buffer. So they're forward thinking in that in the area above the stone wall, where it's currently lawn, they will be eventually putting in a swimming pool in this area. So at this point, then the chain link fence will do double duty, also as a pool fence, but then will also provide the dogs areas to run around. I think they just want to make use of their yard space. They are, again, with a completely vegetated 50-foot buffer to the salt marsh and at least 50% of the 100-foot buffer or more completely vegetated in a natural state. They are just looking to provide space and make functional use of their yard space. They're not proposing to change the grass that's in that area at all, so they would just be left. They're not looking to put in turf lawn or anything like that. But they are, just for the commission's information, they are likely going to be installing a swimming pool again outside of jurisdictional areas, outside of the 100-year flood zone, but that will take up a portion of their yard, and so they would like to have adequate space for their pets.
okay. Well, if they're considering putting in a pool above where the stone retaining wall is, I still would say that they have, first of all, that's a choice. If you have large dogs, you can choose to have a lot of room for them to run, or you can have less room for them to run in a pool. There's still some room for them to move about in the area. This is my reaction. Let's open it up to others for their reactions to this. Bob?
Yeah, Jen, I had pretty much echo your thoughts on this. I still remain opposed in principle. if nothing else, to having a chain link fence, whether it's 6 inches above the ground or not, in the 0 to 100, especially as you say, with the application that's been presented, it would appear to be room for the dogs to be fenced in outside of our jurisdiction. So I simply cannot support it.
Okay, thank you. Joe?
I'm in agreement with you guys. I just don't see any reason to have it in jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob?
Sorry. Yeah, I agree. You know, I'm sympathetic to the fact that they need the space for the dogs, but I don't think having a pool, outside of the 100 is an argument for having the fence within the 100 feet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Tom?
I still have the same concerns that I expressed earlier, and only more so. EPA Tech Note number 9 from the non-point source monitoring program goes into great detail about the movement of pathogens that originate with dogs, both overland and underground, into resource areas. And I think that even with the fence moving back, they're still much too close to the wetland to not be a threat to them. So I would be opposed to the project.
Okay. So there you have it, Teresa. For some different reasons, all commissioners are, no one's in favor of this project. Do you want to, and it seems to me that at least the majority would, well, once you move it beyond the 100-foot zone line, you don't need us anymore.
Well, I'd need to discuss this with the client. I just want to point out that just because a fence isn't there, it doesn't restrict them from their dogs having access to their property. So, and into the meadow area. So that's just one small point to make. But I would like to request a continuance because I would have to discuss this with the property owners.
Okay. As you heard, we're looking at February 10th.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Is there a motion then to continue 26 Hardings Beach Road to February 10th?
Yes, Bob Rawls moved to continue to.
I'm sorry, is it the 10th or the 17th? Hang on, I think
It's the 10th.
It's the 10th, okay.
February 10th.
Kits, second.
Okay, roll call vote to continue 26 Hardings Beach Road to February 10th. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Kitts.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. It's unanimous. Yeah, we'll see what their response is on February the 10th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Callie.
Okay, next up is 116 Vineyard Ave. Allison and John Carr, the applicants and owners. The Allison B. Carr Revocable Trust Agreement is the owner. Again, there's no SC10 number assigned. Proposed modification to existing driveway, upgrade drainage at 116 Vineyard Ave, Assessor's Map 10D, Parcel D103.
Good afternoon, Thad Eldridge, East Southeast. The very quick and simple story is that the Carrs have experienced flooding in their basement on 2 or 3 occasions during the heavy rainstorm events. We're looking to regrade the driveway to keep that water out of the basement, putting in a very robust leaching system that is located within 100 feet of the wetland, but it is lower than the wetland, which is perched on clay. We have good soil materials over on this side that we'll be able to drain into, but it will have no effect on the wetland itself. We are proposing to go from some shell into all asphalt. But again, the drainage system more than compensates for the increase in stormwater runoff. With that, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right, thank you, Thad. Can you just point out, can you explain to me, when I was there, it seemed to me that the entire driveway is already asphalt paved. Are there shells at the very end? Is that?
Shell at the very end, and there's also shell on the side as you're heading down towards the garage.
Toward the house on that upper edge there?
Yes.
Okay, it was, oh, I see it there. So that little strip along the side is shell, and then at the back. It was, to be honest, it was pouring when I was there, and I backed up down the driveway to have and didn't get out of the car because it was raining so hard. So I was probably backed up onto the shell and didn't even realize I was there. Okay.
They've also had concerns with all the shell. They track shell into the house, so they want to get away from it.
Okay. Does anybody have questions about it?
I have a question, Janet.
Yes, go ahead, Bob.
When the driveway is repaved, Thad, will there be like a berm by the street edge so the water from the street doesn't enter the driveway?
Yes, there will be a little bump up there just to try and minimize that area of contribution.
Yes, because I have the same situation at my house. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions or concerns? I would propose that we can schedule this tentatively for the January work session on the assumption that we can get a DEP number by, let's say, January the 4th. Something over which none of us have any control. But if we have it, we should be able to go forward with an order of conditions on January the 6th. If it's not by then, we'd have to wait. We'd have to continue it again.
I'm good with that.
Okay. Is there a motion then?
Yes, Bob Rolls move to January. Continue to January 6th.
Kits, second.
Roll call vote to continue this to the work session on January the 6th. Commissioner Rolls?
Aye.
Kits?
Aye.
Delvecchio?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
I vote aye. That's unanimous to January 6th. We will, we'll tally and we'll let you know that on the 4th, whether we have a DEP number. And if not, we'll have to make an alternative plan.
Certainly.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is 915 Old Queen Anne Road. Molly B. Logan is the owner and applicant. Again, no SU10 number is assigned. Proposed construction of access steps to Schoolhouse Pond, removal of damaged and diseased trees within the buffer to an inland bank at 915 Old Queen Anne Road, Assessor's Map 7H, Parcel T4.
Good afternoon, David Park Engineering. Teresa, I believe, is also on the line. So as stated, the project has several components. First is a set of stairs to provide access to the pond, along with kayak rack and a storage bin that's on the upland side of the top of the bank. That portion of the project required zoning board of appeals relief, or actually not relief, a special permit. We show at grade steps. We figure it's our opinion that's a better fit for the property. The area is already disturbed by people going up and down the bank. So to install at grade steps will not be really disturbing any existing vegetation to a significant degree. Second part of the project is there are a number of derelict boats on the southeast corner of the property. The owner is going to have all those removed. We just wanted the commissioner to be aware that that activity is also going to take place. And then the last aspect of the project is to restore views. There was a previous, I believe, request for determination on the project several years ago to provide a view corridor from the house down to the pond. That is all grown up again, and Teresa is here to present a restoration plan for that view as well as tree management.
Okay, thank you. Teresa Sprague, Blue Flax Design here again. This site, I'd just like to go over the existing conditions, page 3 from the land management plan. I won't get into the, we've got the inland bank and then we've got the associated 50 and 100-foot buffer zones to the inland bank. What I'd really like to talk about is the previously topped trees, thank you, that have grown dense upper canopies. So we went out there, we do have a licensed arborist on staff, and he and I went there and spent quite a bit of time looking and assessing the health of these trees. And unfortunately, because of the previous land management practices and then the lack of pruning, so it appears that these trees have not been pruned in a while, but they had been previously topped, which is just not good management practice. And what this has led to is dense upper canopies with no interior or lower canopy. All of the lower branches have been shaded out due to the previous pruning practices. And virtually all of these trees now that are pruned are suffering from fungal disease and are in various states of declining health. In addition to that, because of the way these have been pruned with these dense upper canopies, it doesn't allow any light penetration at all. And so in the area with the pruning, there's really no shrub layer or no ground cover layer to speak of. If you look to the areas outside of that managed vista corridor, the southern portion of the aura, where the oaks and pitch pines have been allowed to grow with minimal management, we have a relatively healthy understory comprised of bayberry, Pennsylvania sedge, as well as a number of oak saplings and seedlings. And comparatively, the previously managed areas have no understory and very few ground cover species. And to give an example of how this has been managed, if you look at the images on page 5 of the land management plan, the existing conditions photos, I'd like to bring your attention to the photograph in the upper right-hand corner. And this is a view, yeah, a couple more down. Okay, one more down, page 5. 2 more down, sorry. Yes, okay, so the upper right-hand photo, this one is really telling. So this is a view of the previously managed vista area looking towards Schoolhouse Pond. If you note the height of the managed canopy versus the unmanaged oaks and pitch pines in the background, you can see they've just been topped, almost like somebody just took, like a level and just came and topped these trees. These are the oak trees sort of in the foreground. We've got this patio in the foreground, and then we've got this steep slope. And then the lower trees are the vista managed area. And then you can see the higher oak and pitch pine canopy behind those that have not been pruned. So that just gives you a sense of how these trees have been managed. And the photograph on the left just gives you a sense of what that canopy looks like. So while we were originally, our goal originally was to restore the vista, once we got in there and started looking at the health of these trees, we realized that we actually can't prune these trees because they're just too far gone. If we were to prune these trees, there'd be no canopy left at all. So given the fact that they are also in such severe decline with fungal diseases, which is something, frankly, that we're starting to see in oak trees that have been stressed for many reasons throughout Cape Cod and New England. So just something to consider in the future as we start to consider many other issues is the declining health of our oak species here. It really became apparent to us that in order to achieve the goal restoring a vista corridor and keeping a healthy, well-vegetated 100-foot buffer zone to Schoolhouse Pond, the management of this would include removing those diseased trees and really restoring a ground cover layer, a shrub layer, as well as a lower canopy layer, so that all vista pruning in this area would cease in the future. Again, this will also help us create a little bit more edge habitat. We're looking at the view corridor area, which is about 1/3 of the entire width of the lot. So certainly by no means a property line to property line cutting, but would really help us to provide some vertical layers in this area where some are desperately necessary to help protect the quality of the water in Schoolhouse Pond, as well as helping the homeowners maintain the vista they are hoping to achieve, and that was previously permitted and allowed. So with that, I'm sure there are plenty of questions, and I'm happy to answer all of them.
Thank you, Teresa. Okay. I'll say one thing that strikes me immediately is, given this, I mean, I see that you've marked on, there's a number of different plans here. So the planting plan has the trees that are being removed. Is it possible to get a list or an inventory of them so that?
Yes, absolutely.
What their issues are. So you've done this before, a tree inventory that lists them.
Yeah. Yes, actually, I apologize. I thought that was submitted as part of the land management plan because we do have that. So I will make sure that gets to you.
Okay. Okay, great. All right, I'm going to open it up to other questions right now because my list seems to be mostly covered. Bob, do you have anything for Teresa?
Well, it's just that I probably had the same reaction that others had when looking at this property. You were 32 trees coming out, 11 trees going in. That's always something that makes us alarmed, I think, to some degree, even though you're putting a lot of shrubs in. And it'd be useful. So I guess, Janet, maybe you can refresh me on view corridors. They're authorized only for 3 years.
Well, they did it through, I guess they did it through an RDA. I have not seen the RDA. I have it on my list of things we need to do and get a hold of that.
Yeah, so it'd be good to see that.
If they permitted the view corridor through an RDA, then that RDA is valid for 3 years.
Yeah.
Right.
Some view corridors have been permitted where the legs of the view corridor are established in the field with bounds. Those typically do go on as an ongoing condition on an order of conditions, right, for the homeowner to have. It's not as easy when a view corridor is permitted through an RDA.
Right.
Okay. So whatever we would approve here would be in perpetuity then.
Well, yes, be a continuing condition. Yes.
Yes. All right. I don't know if I have any questions. It's just as the observation is there's an awful lot of trees coming out with very few being replacing them, and I don't know how to wrap my head around that. But I think I'm just going to continue to think about it and see what others say.
We would need some justification for going with that kind of a number, with 32 removed and only 11 planted. Now, and maybe it is that for the health of the system, that a scrub layer and an understory layer and a ground cover layer to augment the 11 trees going in makes sense. But we would need to be able to reach that conclusion. And of course, going along with that, I would ask about the size of these trees going in.
Mm-hmm. One thing I'm wondering is, given the fact that we don't have a DEP number, and clearly we're going to be continuing this to February, is that this might be worth an on-site visit with the commissioners. I think this could be a helpful one for an on-site if the commissioners were open to that.
I think we are very open to that.
Okay.
The other
quickly, everybody. I think that would be very helpful to us because of
the issue though
situation.
One issue that I think we're facing by looking at this in the wintertime, that's hard for us, or hard for me at least, to see with my own eyes the fact that the trees are as compromised as are described in the application.
Right. That's right.
I think we can. I have plenty of photographs of the canopy, but we can see the fungal damage on the bark and on the trees themselves. So I think
that's helpful, because honestly, as a non-professional in this area, when I stood there, I looked up and said, well, this looks like a perfectly healthy canopy, and I don't understand.
I did as well. When I first went out there as a professional, I thought, well, we can rehab this. But when I brought our arborist out, and I would like for him to join us as well on the site visit if possible.
Okay, so I'm going to tell everybody to hold questions on the trees and this until we have an on-site. But that brings me to, I do have a question about the at-grade steps. Are these to be timber? Is it just timber, or is it timber enclosing stone, or what is the design?
I thought I provided a detail on the plan. Let me just
Maybe you
check.
did, and somehow I just
Okay,
missed it.
yeah. So it's either timber or granite. They haven't decided, but the backside of each riser would be gravel to provide the drainage for any runoff from the side slopes or on the steps themselves.
So timber or granite risers, stone and encased in, enclosed in some way to hold it in place?
Yes, yes.
Timber.
Yeah,
Okay.
so the timber will act as the forward
Yep.
stop.
Okay. And I'm going to go to Joe right now with questions while I look and see if I just missed that, because I normally want to see a profile.
Janet, I have it up on the screen right now. It's on the right.
There, I just found it at the same moment. Okay. There's the profile, so I don't need that. Okay. Joe, do you have questions on the non-tree part of this?
Well, I just want to kind of underscore what you guys are saying, that it's hard to get a sense of the replacement trees taking the place of so many coming out. And I also would like to say that it really says that if we're going to say this is a view corridor, I think we ought to officialize it and mark it out, and it becomes theirs, and they can manage it under Teresa's guidance as they see fit.
Since we're going to have an on-site, it might be best to hold until we are there, and then on the visit, Teresa, you can show us. We can talk about the proposed view corridor.
Yes.
I'm not sure I saw it marked on the site plan. I know I read about it.
Yes, and it is marked on the site plan, but I just to put this out there, I think the most important thing would be to know that once this is restored, there would no longer be any more disturbance in this area. That's the goal of this. So we can talk about this in more detail on our site visit.
Okay, I see where how it's marked. It's marked in a different way than okay, I got it. Okay, Bob Del Vecchio, question?
I have a question on about the steps as well. I know there will be a lot of activity on the bank of the pond when the steps are installed, and I'm wondering whether we can add some plants to either side of the steps once the steps are installed to minimize the erosion.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't think that's a problem at all.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, I agree with Bob's suggestion about erosion control. My knee-jerk reaction is that the steps fall within the exception of 4.01 sub 3 sub D sub 2, but I think that the proposed boat rack and the storage box certainly do not, nor do they fall within any other exception that I'm aware of, and so a variance would be needed to locate them where they're located on the plan.
Well, we consider it a water-dependent structure.
I consider that part of the exemptions to be unconstitutionally vague, because it doesn't really explain anything. It provides no guidance, and I've heard it described in several different ways in different hearings. So you'll forgive me, but I disagree with you.
Yeah, so I think water-dependent uses has been well established in the state of Massachusetts. But the only other option is to keep the boats on the beach, which is something the applicant wants to clean up. You can see the damage of the public using this private property for boat storage, and the idea is to get all the boats off the beach and allow the native vegetation to come back there.
That's a worthy goal. I agree.
Yep. So since they are on the coastal bank, if you could add some language to request a variance for that, that way we won't have any dissension.
Okay.
Janet, I have one quick question for David.
Yep, go ahead.
David, I had a comment letter that this project needs to be filed with zoning. Do you know when, if you have already, I apologize, and if not, do you know when you'll file?
We hadn't filed yet because I wanted to get through one meeting with the commission first. There's always the debate of at-grade steps versus elevated steps. So we wanted to get the commission's input on that before we file something with zoning board.
Okay.
So we will file very soon with zoning board for the plan as presented. And I believe ZBA has review of the kayak rack too.
Okay. Can I also make one other request, given the fact of the way the holidays fall this year and trying to schedule an on-site in December could be administratively very difficult. Is this something that we can do in January?
Absolutely. We're going to continue this to February 10th anyway, so
Yeah.
we have January.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, January is fine. Yep.
Anything else, Kelly?
And we have not heard back from Natural Heritage yet on the 2 areas under their jurisdiction.
Okay, then we have time for that.
No, I don't have anything else.
All right, is there a motion then to continue this to February 10th?
Bob Rawls moved to continue to February 10th.
Kits, second.
Roll call vote to continue 915 Old Queen Anne Road, February the 2nd. Commissioner Rawls?
Oh, 2nd or 10th?
Second, I'm sorry, 210, February the 10th. I wrote it, I write in numbers.
Aye.
Commissioner Rawls?
Aye.
Kits?
Kits, aye.
Delvecchio?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. We'll take it up at February 10th, and in the meantime, we'll have an on-site scheduled for January. Happy holidays, everybody. We'll see you in January.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, Callie, moving on.
The next item on the agenda is 32 Sea Pine Road, the Mary Ellen Hughes Revocable Trust of 2018 and the Paul M. Hewins Revocable Trust of 2018. There is an SE10 number assigned, SE10 3451, proposed raising existing dwelling, construction of new dwelling with upgraded septic system and pool, restoration of disturbed areas with native plant material at 32 Sea Pine Road, Assessor's Map 11L, Parcel HC.
Good afternoon, Thad Aldridge. Katrine should be on the line, or somebody from Wilkinson.
Yes, hi, Katrine's here.
Okay.
And Mr. Litchfield, I believe, is on the line as well. We've made revisions. We've provided those, pulling that patio outside.
That is correct.
We have provided performance standards for the land underwater, and Katrine and her office have provided tree information. We had our on-site, and unless Katrine has anything to add, we can go right to questions.
Sure, that sounds good to me.
Okay. I'm going to send it off to questions because I'm struggling with getting the right site plan up in front of me. Bob Rawls, do you have questions? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure that I have questions. I guess I'm the trees that are under the overhead lines. I guess I'm coming to terms with those by and large coming out. There's a couple by the road that are basically coming out for the view, but they're also not great shape. I guess what I keep thinking about are the trees that are between the house and Lily Pond. And I'm just wondering whether any of those can be saved.
So you're talking about, in particular, 16, 14, 13?
Right.
And so 14 is within the limit of work, and 13's right along there. 16 is probably one of the most degraded and stressed out trees, so I would absolutely say that needs to go. That's the one where you almost don't want to stand underneath it. because it's in such bad shape. And I mean, we evaluated this, Bartlett evaluated this, and we felt like strongly that these few trees should be removed. The willow is a very significant size. That's number 17. That's there. And what's not picked up on Bartlett's plan, but there's a big cluster of really nice American hollies in that area. Multi-stem, they're nice and thick. So once this removal takes place, they're just going to be able to flourish. And there's other trees that we're showing on our plan that were field located in that general area, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trees. So we're not removing all the trees. There's going to be nice, healthy native trees there besides the removal. And then in addition to that, we're proposing to plant 2 pitch pines in that general area and then a holly. I mean, if anything, to answer your question, we could certainly add a pitch pine or 2 maybe in that cluster, or add a couple more tupelo. That's the direction I would go instead of keeping any of these really degraded trees, is to add a couple more trees in that area. And we'd be happy to do that if that made sense.
Yeah, and actually that was where I was thinking. So I'm glad that you're open to that, and I would endorse that.
Okay.
Yep.
And other than that, I think I don't have any other questions.
Okay. And what is the willow status, Katrine? Why is
that was the Bartlett evaluated that as the best tree on the property.
Yeah.
The healthiest tree.
Yeah.
It's a weeping willow. It's not necessarily native, but it is a very healthy tree, and that's why we felt like, given the removal that we're proposing, it makes sense to keep that big, huge biomass of a willow.
Okay, just wanted to check with that. So the total number then that's coming out is 20, I think?
If you're looking at along the roadway, and yeah, it's 15 within
15
within that area. That's not talking about anything within the limit of work.
Right. Okay.
And then we're proposing 16.
And 16
and then if we could, if it made, we could add 3 more if that was amenable, to make it 19 total.
Yep. Pitch pine and tupelo.
Sure.
Yeah.
Is it possible to add tupelo instead of pitch pine? I mean, obviously you guys have more experience than me. I just find that tupelos are nice trees.
Yeah, for sure. They're one of the best in my opinion. Yeah, we could do 3 tupelo.
Okay. Well, I was in there for the pitch pines because everybody hates them and they need some love. Okay, Joe, do you have questions?
No, I just want to thank you to Wilkinson for additional trees. I mean, those trees along the road that have been trimmed by Eversource are in terrible shape. They just come by and whack where they feel like whacking. They don't do it with any sense. So I totally understand why they have to leave. And the only other tree that I love that's been really good on my property that I'd throw out there is river birch, if you want to think about that. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, river birch would be a good one too. But near the water.
Yeah. Okay, Bob Delvecchio?
I just had a question about 11 and 12, those white pines by the house. Those are in rough shape, so they'll have to go, or they're too close to the house.
They're extremely close to the house.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. I just thought about it in my sleep, so I figured I should throw it out there. Thank you.
Yeah, they appreciated it.
For sure.
Tom, questions?
No, I'm gonna have to resurrect the ghost of Christmas Past, and be opposed to the project because portion of the house and the patio are in the no disturb zone, and most of the projects in an area of critical environmental concern. So that's where I am on that one.
Okay.
The area of critical environmental concern is a resource area with no performance standards.
Right.
Except the oversight agency thinks that we're supposed to go the extra mile in protecting those areas.
It calls for a heightened level of scrutiny. So we do look more carefully. And on that note that Tom raised, duly noted that the pool was moved back and the patio back, but you still have the patio encroaching on the no disturb zone. Is that absolutely necessary? Why is that patio over, or is it back? Maybe I'm just looking at am I looking at a grade line for the regrading?
I think it's
the whole
back.
Is it all behind the no disturb?
We have the patio right up to the 50.
It has been pulled out, as that is indicated.
So
Okay, so it's no longer over. Okay, so what I was looking at, I'm looking at two different things. Yeah, it is back and behind. Okay. So that might help you, Tom, in your ruminations and deliberations over this. The pool and the patio are no longer.
If I could, Madam Chair and Bill Litchfield, if I could try to get a better understanding from Mr. Clark of the notion. We all understand the no disturb zone, and if we were starting afresh, there would be no disturbance. But given the relative, or given the changes, given the relative improvements, I'm wondering if that is sort of a universal view that with any reconstruction or any change that nothing is to be accomplished in the no disturb, in an already disturbed no disturb zone.
Are you asking, is that my view? And the answer is yes.
Well, I think I now understand your position. Thank you.
Certainly.
Callie, do you have anything else for that, or Katrine?
No, I don't have anything else. I apologize for missing the on-site, but I don't have any comments.
Yep. Okay. Are we then reaching the point of being able to schedule this for an order of conditions?
Yes, I think Bob Rawls, I think we are.
And okay, and if so, is there anything in particular that you would recommend that order contain? Or any conditions, anything in particular, anything outside of the ordinary that you would expect given the location of this?
Well, we will need either some documentation from Wilkinson, just changing those, adding some additional trees.
Yep.
We can get that to you today or tomorrow, if that's helpful.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay. Does anybody have I'll put it out there for any commission members, if anyone has any recommendations as to any conditions they want to see on this.
Actually, Bob Earl, I did have one that I think has not been mentioned. The garden, the vegetable garden was pulled out of I guess it was the NDZ. It's still within the resource area. I think traditionally I have asked that it be designated as an organic garden. And I hope that would be the case, and I would say we should have a condition for that.
Yep.
The plan all along has been for an organic garden.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? All right, we have a motion to continue this to the work session on January the 6th.
Bob Rawls moved to continue to January 6th work session.
Kits, second.
Roll call vote to continue this to January the 6th. Commissioner Walls?
Aye.
Pitts?
Aye.
Delvecchio?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
I vote aye. That will be continued to January 6th for the preparation and approval of an order of conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
The last two items on the agenda are certificates of compliance. The first one is 36 Joshua's Way, Vera Butneff. I apologize if I mispronounced that. This is actually SC 1028. Certificate of compliance requested for construction of a single-family dwelling. I know that Mr. Litchfield is here on the call. He's actually representing, I believe, both certificates today.
Okay.
Bill, would you like to speak first, or would you like me to?
Whatever you would prefer, or whatever the commission would prefer. I'll be happy to explain this unusual situation if you'd like. The late Mrs. Buteneff built a house in 1975. And she is no longer alive, and we were transferring the property out of a trust to her children. And in looking at the title, I said, we have an old order of conditions. I didn't realize how old it was. 1975, given the SE number, the then staff typed it as 10 instead of 10 because they didn't know what the 10 stood for. Your files at this point, I went back and forth with Callie, who was, as usual, cooperative, and I said, I hope you don't want an engineer to certify, because the engineers who were involved are all deceased. But in fact, your files do not have anything that could certify. This is so old that there's nothing in the commission's file as to the actual plans that were approved. We know that the house is adjacent to a cranberry bog. We know that the erosion since the Carter administration did not cause the house to fall into the cranberry bog. So we are simply seeking to clean up an ancient order of conditions.
It does, in my experience, win the award for the oldest that we've been asked to pass on. And there's nothing in here. There are no conditions, no continuing conditions, no anything. It appears that the work was done. And Callie, what was your view when you looked at it?
Yeah, I mean, this is very typical of some of those older orders, is that, you know, the issue with this one, and it's not really a big issue, is that it's with all old orders, is it's impossible from the old orders to actually see what the work is unless you can look at the site plan or the legal notice or the minutes. So Mr. Litchfield is really helpful in helping us identify some of the key pieces of this order. And so there's not much to go on. We found an RDA for construction of a deck. We looked really closely into the building files to just see if we could come up with anything, and we didn't really come up with very much. So I do feel like, given the age of this order of conditions and the process that's going forward, we should just go ahead and issue it without ongoing conditions.
Okay. I can't find any reason not to do that as I've looked through it. So is there a motion then to approve the request for certificate of compliance?
Bob Rawls moved to approve the certificate of compliance.
It's second.
Roll call vote for certificate of compliance for 36 Joshua's Way. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Hitz.
Aye.
Del Vecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye. That's approved.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is Lot 3, Old Queen Anne Road, Douglas and Minnie Atwood, SE 10 1385, certificate of compliance requested for Lot 10, 11, and 12. The order of conditions has lapsed and is therefore no longer valid, and the work regulated by it was never started. I know that Mr. Litchfield is here for this one as well. He probably, I'll let you go first, Mr. Litchfield, if you would like.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, or Callie, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Callie, would it be possible to put up the plan that shows the several lots? That might be helpful to the commission. And while you work on that, I will explain why this has come about. The Atwood family has already donated a large amount of land to the Conservation Foundation. And at a town meeting 2 years ago, the town voted to acquire at a discounted price 3 lots for open space and conservation purposes. Thank you, Callie. Lot 3, when this order was issued, consisted right there, all of the property, which was subsequently divided into lots 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. The order pertained to a septic system serving the 3 houses, which were and still are on lot 13. None of the work took place on lots 9, 10, 11, and 12. Lot 9 was conveyed out several years ago. It would have been, I wasn't involved at the time. The applicants should have sought a complete certificate of compliance at the time. They didn't. They instead got a release of lot 9. The town of Chatham is purchasing lots 10, 11, and 12 within days, and the town would like the town to release the certificate of compliance or the order of conditions, which affects all of the property. In this particular case, nothing was done on lots 10, 11, and 12, all of which are vacant, pristine, and soon to be lovely open space owned by the town of Chatham. So we are asking for a release of those lots, which I guess would be accomplished by a certificate of compliance. And at some point in the relatively near future, we will ask for a full certificate to clean up the work that was done on lot 13.
And I would just also add, while I have this up on the screen, when the commission issued, I'm just looking for it here in the file, when the commission released lot 9 back in 2012, they just added this section to the certificate of compliance. So we'd be doing basically the same thing for 10, 11, and 10, 11, and 12. Sorry.
Yeah. Why would it not have been done as checking the box for invalid order since it lapsed and no work was ever done?
If that's for me, Madam Chairman, the answer is because the work was done, but it was done on lot 13.
Oh, I see. So this is because these were all done as one order. Okay, got it. So Callie, we can do it the same way here and just release these 3 until we get to the point. Okay.
I'm asking the commission today to do for the remaining lots.
That makes sense until we get to the point of being able to release the whole thing under a completion. Okay. Any questions, anybody? Is there a motion then to approve a release of lot 10, 11, and 12 under a certificate of compliance for these properties?
Bob Rawls, so moved.
Kitts, second.
Roll call vote then for the certificate. Commissioner Rawls?
Aye.
Kitts?
Aye.
Delvecchio?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
I vote aye. That's unanimously approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. We made it through the agenda. So Callie,
do you guys want to adjourn, or
do we have anything else? I just wanted to make sure we're all clear on what we have sent to what we're looking at for the January 6th work session.
Sure, I have 24 Salt Pond Road.
Yep.
The revised materials and then signing of the ANRAD if you guys feel it's appropriate.
Yep.
543 Old Harbor Road, a continuation of that discussion, although no draft order will be provided. 116 Vineyard, pending the SC number being assigned, and if it's not assigned, then it would be continued again. And then an order of conditions for 32 Sea Pine Road. And we also have a few other projects. Just pulling up the spreadsheet here now. We also have for January 6th, we have a public hearing for 520 Shore Road. We also have a draft order of conditions for 50 Old Salt Works. We also have 2 violations for 14 Periwinkle and 41 Frostfish Hill, as well as several COCs and minutes.
Okay. So we have how many orders of conditions that?
So we have 50 Old Salt Works, so that's 1,
yep.
2, 3. So we have 3 orders of conditions, 1
Okay.
ANRAD, and
Yep. Okay, we can have, that's all right then, that's fine. I'll work with you on that. All right. Anything else? Is there a motion to adjourn?
Yes, Bob also moved to a motion to adjourn.
Kits, second.
Roll call vote to adjourn. Commissioner Walls.
I'll say aye.
It's
Hi, Merry Christmas.
Leo. Clark.
Merry Christmas.
And I vote
I'm
aye
in
as well.
favor.
Yeah, everybody, thank you as always for hanging in there through a long, but I think pretty productive session. And best wishes to all for a very peaceful and healthy holiday season and a happy new year. And
Thank
we
you.
will see you all in early January.
Yes,
You
as
too.
well.
All right.
Thanks, Lisa.